If you've ever thought, I found something on the range today, and then proceed to slice into the woods off the first tee, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, folks. Welcome back to another episode of Benzinga's Pre-Market Playbook, where we close the week out here today. It is Friday, August 8th. Have more earnings last night, more here this morning. No economic data today. Woo, no economic data today, so we don't have to worry about all that. We're going to close the week out strong here today, as we always do. We've got Mark Petrino in the morning. We're going to have Anne-Marie's segment right after we're done here. We are all set to go. Benzinga's Pre-Market Playbook, the Friday edition for August 8th, starts right now. Good morning and welcome back, folks. We made it to Friday. It is the end of the week, and it's been a good week, actually. Despite some of the ups and downs, it's been a pretty good week here. Now we've made it to the end, and we've got one more day to try and extract some money from the market before we head off into the weekend. And let me tell you, weekends hit a little bit different now. The weather's still nice. There's football last night. There's football tonight. There's nice weather for golf. Good times right now. Good times right now. Great to see a whole bunch of returning faces here. Jane, first, the early bird getting the worm. Good morning, Jane. Welcome back, and congrats on being first here today. Cad Monkey, good morning. Welcome back. Kel, good morning. It's good to see you again. Sun-Kissed Yogi, good morning. Good to see you as always. Empyrean, good morning. What are we looking at today? Well, Kel, we're definitely looking at coffee. That's for sure. We are 2 cups deep. We've moved on to tea right now, but coffee's still working at. We got a lot of stocks that we're going to look at. Stay tuned. We're going to cover them all here in the hour and 28 minutes that we have prior to the market opening, excuse me. Candace, good morning. Welcome back. Anne-Marie Band, good morning. Welcome back. Today is cat day. Got caught in a loop of cat videos, and now my brain is jello. I didn't realize that it was cat day. Buddy will be thrilled to hear that. He's sleeping right now, so I'm going to not tell him that until I have some more time, because he'll exploit it, and I won't be able to do anything today. So that's good to know. Also, cat videos and dog videos, I call them timeline cleanses. I finally figured out how to use Instagram, and my algorithm is awesome. It sends me some of the funniest animal stuff I've ever seen. So cheers to that. Big Bees, good morning. Welcome back. Happy Friday. Zach, good morning. Welcome back. Tyler, good morning. Welcome back. Knights Lance, good morning. Welcome back. Day Trader, good morning. Rooster, good morning. Big Bear Hug, buenos dias, good morning. Billy, it's good to see you again. Tyler, welcome back. I think I already said good morning, but good morning a second time, Tyler. It's good to have you. Sideshow, Yak Shamash, welcome back. Big Dave, indeed, it is Friday. TGIF, welcome back. It's good to see you. Lambo Rolls, getting cracking here today. Good morning, boss. Tom, good morning. Welcome back. Dermo, good morning. Wiss, we out here. Indeed, we are. Bernhard, welcome back. JJ, buenos dias. I love this. I love that we are saying good morning here in Spanish. That's really awesome. We are multicultural around these parts. Big Bees, TTD, Cecil, and Pins. Man, some of those got crushed. The option buyers, it was the put buyers yesterday that really had a feast. Boy, TTD down 30% at one point. Hopefully Lions doing okay there. Brandy, good morning. Can we look at ICHR with Mark P? Brandy, you're coming in locked and loaded and ready to go. So yes, that type of preparation will absolutely be rewarded. I've added that to the list. Good morning, Brandy. Welcome back. Excuse me. Producers ready to go. White Chocolate Mocha is back. You're at the Iowa State Fair. Do me a favor. Get a delicious funnel cake for me. I've really kind of cut down on the amount of sugar that I consume by a drastic amount, but I can live vicariously through you if you get a funnel cake that looks all delicious at that state fair. Crimp Biscuit, good morning. Welcome back. Edward, good morning. AG, good morning. Quantum Vortex, good to see you again, man. Welcome back. Nomad, good morning. Nomad, top of the morning to you. Tuna Faluna. It has been years since I have heard that, but the nostalgia vibes are good. Good morning, Nomad. Zoo, good morning. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Buffalo by Bicycle, welcome back. And Billy mentioning that Sound had a strong quarter. Indeed, it did. Is Sound starting to stand alone or stand on its own I do have I actually have a story about sound, so we're going to talk about that a little bit, but I do have something that I kind of want to throw out there for you to keep your eye on when it comes to sound. We'll talk about that here in a little bit. Good morning, though, and welcome back. Special K, good morning. Happy Friday, indeed. All days are happy when we wake up and we're feeling good, but Friday just has that little bit extra, and it's awesome. All right, let's go ahead and dive into the SPY here, as we always do. And I'll tell you something. As mentioned yesterday, we also talked about this on Happy Hour. Sometimes these shows are blending together, so I forget which one that I said it on. But I'll tell you what. The preparation for August being a choppy month, that was absolutely the right call. I mean, here we are August 8th, and we have done nothing but alternate green and red days since August 1st. And if you look at that, today should be a green day. So we'll see if we actually get that, or we'll see if the green day says good riddance and we end up being a red day here. We'll see. Two levels to pay attention to. Let me actually turn VWAP off while we're here. The levels to pay attention to, they're the same actually as yesterday. It's going to be that 20-day moving average. We have that at 630.5 here. Also going to be the high print from the candle on Thursday. That high print there, 639.85. Now, one thing that 13 was mentioning yesterday, I believe this was on the happy hour, so I'll carry it here to the morning show just to make sure we talk about this. We actually haven't had any closes above like 629, right? Or it's 630. Yeah, because like these candles here are 630 or something like that. These candles here, 631. I can't remember the exact number, but basically one of the levels in here, although we've peaked above it a number of times, we actually haven't closed above it. And that's one of the things that we want to see in here. I think it's actually this 634. It's the low body of this candle, 634.5. We really want to see a close above that. Peaking above it is great, but unless we close above it, it's going to be hard to have a constructive higher move here. And it also lowers the probability that we have a new all-time high that on a closing basis. Maybe we do peak above that 639.85 high, but if we can't close above it, I'm not sure we're really going to move higher just yet. So I'm going to be watching that here today. I want to see how the strength in SPY is. I'm also curious about the volume because I suspect, there's been kind of some summer doldrum activity here, and maybe we'll see that a little bit on Friday prior to the weekend. But we shall see how today shakes out. Who did I miss here? Florida Yacht Insurance Guy, good morning. ATL Russ, good morning. Ryan, did you hear about the first woman umpire tomorrow? I did. I actually did hear about that. Normally, I'll be honest, I have a kind of a contrarian opinion on umpires. I actually think they're really, really good. I don't necessarily want to see the automated balls and strikes. I used to umpire when I was younger, so I'm well aware of how hard it is. And I'll say this, the MLB does a really good job of finding new umpires. Where they really struggle is cutting some of the old dinosaurs that ruined the game, like Angel Hernandez. But when it comes to bringing on new umpires, they're quite good at it. And I would imagine that this woman is going to do a fantastic job. I don't know much about her, but I did see that her resume is impressive, and she's been doing this for a long time. I think she'll fit right in the MLB. What is the first game that she's umpiring? I did forget what that is. But yeah, I mean, congratulations to that. I think that's great, frankly. I think that's great. And I'll tell you what, if we end up not talking about her a whole lot, that means she's doing her job because she's calling balls and strikes and makes calls on the base paths that aren't causing controversy. And y'all know we don't really talk about umpires a whole lot unless they cause controversy. So really looking forward to that. Good stuff. Brian, good morning. Great to see you. Umpires have been horrendous this year. In some cases they have, Wis, but I would say a majority, and this goes for pretty much all umpiring, a majority, they get so many calls correct. The other thing that I've noticed is that challenging calls has actually kind of made it a little less standoffish. I feel like, they disagree on a call, manager challenges it, they're either right or wrong, and they move on. And I think that actually helps the game, helps the pace of play. To me, it really seems that baseball is kind of making a return ever since the pitch clock. Well, that might not be a popular opinion amongst the baseball purists. Okay, enough of my sports rant. Let's go ahead and dive into the update here. We do have some news here today. While President Trump's new reciprocal tariffs took effect, he announced that he would nominate the White House's top economist, Stephen Miran, on a short-term seat for the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. This replaces Colger, so this has nothing to do with Jerome Powell. But this is another Trump appointee to the Federal Reserve Board. I think we all know that this is going to arc more towards rate cuts. They're coming. Really, the question is when. We kind of think September. The odds say September. This move here solidifies that rate cuts are definitely coming. Furthermore, Trump signed 2 executive orders on Thursday advancing the role of digital assets in the U.S. financial system. One order allows for 401k retirement plans to include cryptocurrencies, while others target the administration's calls for discriminatory banking practices against crypto firms. I love what they're doing for the banks here. Really need to start holding them accountable for some of the mistakes that they're making, whether it's crypto or political favoritism. The other one here about the 401ks to allow cryptocurrencies, I want to say on the surface that that's really good. I felt the same way about private equity, but Tim brought up some really good points. The really good private equity deals are probably not what you're going to find in the 401k. So while I'm cautiously optimistic about this, I'm gonna reserve the right to change my opinion to see what happens here. I think this is going to be good. I would actually like to allocate a little bit of crypto in my 401k, especially if we continue to see gains. I wouldn't overdo it, but I would definitely want to make it a small percentage of that just to see if we can juice some of those gains in a non-taxable environment. So we'll see. We'll see how it shakes out. I do think that this is progress and this is moving forward. Hopefully it doesn't cause a big problem down the road, but we'll see. 10-year Treasury bond yielded 4.2 and the 2-year bond was 3.74. If we scroll down to some analysis here, the chief equity strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence, Gina Martin Adams, shared a chart that shows the S&P 500 stocks that were missing earnings per share estimates have underperformed by an average of 6% in 2025. This is good because we often have been talking about what guidance does for these stocks that are reporting earnings. Nice to see some correlations drawn here with EPS estimates, and it looks like, boy, if you miss that, you are going to underperform. And the average there is 6%. This is a sharp increase from the historical average of 2 to 4% since 2017, including heightened market sensitivity to earnings misses amid a second quarter 2025 beat rate of over 80%, as per Charles Schwab data. Again, we've talked quite a bit about the bar being lowered. One of you had a killer joke here about the bar being so low, it's under the ground and very hard to trip over. And so 80% of the companies beating, that makes sense, but this looks like a second order type of analysis on EPS earnings misses. I think this is pretty valuable stuff. So a shout out to Gina here. In addition to a higher consensus beat rate during the second quarter, accompanied by steeper declines on missing earnings, Charles Schwab research notes penned by Liz Ann Saunders and Kevin Gordon stated that the earnings bar is fairly low for the second quarter, setting companies up for a potential easy jump, but there will likely be more of a focus on guidance. This is confirmed by what we've been seeing when we look over all of the different earnings reports. The companies that guide poorly, either guide down, withhold guidance, or anything like that, they get punished, sometimes punished double digits to the downside. Ultimately, earnings will be the lens through which we can judge its resilience in the face of tariffs, higher rates, and a slowing labor market. So far, so good, but we think the bulk of the market's focus will be on forward guidance as opposed to backward-looking results. Talking about the appointment of Mirren as the Fed governor, Ed Yardeni of Yardeni Research said that it raises the possibility of at least 3 dissenters on the FOMC in the committee's if the committee, decides against a rate cut in September. Quote, these dissenters would likely argue that a weakening labor market justifies the rate cut. And on the other hand, if the Fed does cut the federal funds rate, a new group of dissenters could emerge, objecting that rate cuts risk reigniting inflation. According to Yardeni, the central debate is whether the recent weakness in the employment report stems from a weakening demand for labor shortage for labor or a shortage of workers. Quote, it could very well be both simultaneously, end quote. He explained the demand side argument. The TTT, Trump's tariff turmoil since April, may have caused many employees to postpone their hiring plans until the impact of their businesses became clearer. With less uncertainty now, hiring should resume. And in this scenario, if the Fed should hold off on cutting the FFR, the federal funds rate, and the dissenters will disagree. So I like this. Yardini's kind of looking ahead here and giving you a scenario for both possibilities. And I think that's prudent for us to follow along with. Yardini's personal view is that the problem is primarily on the supply side of the labor market. The labor force has stopped growing this year due to the Trump administration's effective border closures and ongoing deportations, he said. In this case, the Fed should also refrain from cutting the federal funds rate, as doing so would boost the demand for workers, worsening the labor shortage and putting upward pressure on wage and price inflation. Couple of things to consider there. Okay, let's talk about SoundHound, because you guys brought that up. I know this is a really popular stock, and I did have something I wanted to get to in particular before we get Mark here in the next 15 minutes. Here's SoundHound. We'll start with the daily chart. You can see we were basically trading along recently. We were trading along the 50 and the 200, which really happen to have kind of sat on top of each other right now. We're also slightly above the high volume node. If I back this out a little bit, you can get a more clear idea of how important this high volume node is. I have it marked off here at 945, but let's just call it 9.5. And you can see that the earnings report here, which we are up 27%, 26.9%, this is actually bringing us to the top end of this resistance area. In fact, we're peaking above it. So can we actually start building from here and maybe moving to some new levels? If so, I have got to think that this level back in here, let's call this 16.5 to 17, maybe even 17.5, 16 to 17 there should be your next area of resistance. It's also worth noting that we have a gap back here that we're working on filling. That fills here at about 14.31. Maybe take a look at that 14.5 as a potential gap fill. It's only 40 cents from where we're at right now, but some pretty key levels above here if SoundHound can continue. Now, before we dive into the actual numbers here, I want to paint a hypothetical situation. We've seen some of these companies that seemingly come out of nowhere or have these, crazy moves or crazy gains. And then sometimes we see short reports come out about them. And in some cases, these short reports really bring the stock down, only to have that stock retrace all of the move down, and in some cases go green. So I know that some of the short sellers have kind of wrapped up their business and all of that. Totally get it. It's been very, very difficult to be a bear, but I would keep an eye and an ear open for a potential short report here on Sound. And I think the first thing that we should do, obviously, we have to read into the short report if they're alleging accounting fraud. Probably not a good play here. But again, we'll see. Pay attention to some of the levels that the stock comes into. That actually might set up for a very quick bounce trade. I know we've been doing this a lot with some of these. FTAI comes to mind. App comes to mind. There's been a number of these that have been pretty successful. So just saying, this stock kind of came from obscurity. I wouldn't be shocked if now that it's putting out some of these good numbers, some short sellers take a closer look at it, and maybe we get a short report, and maybe then that turns into a trading opportunity. Let's take a look at the actual earnings itself here. SoundHound reported quarterly adjusted losses of 3 cents per share. This beat the street consensus for losses of 9 cents per share, so they lost less than anticipated. Quarterly revenue came in at $42.68 million. That's something here, because quarterly revenue of 46 and change million. So, okay, company's got a $4.3 billion cap and its quarterly revenue here of 46 million. That's what? 160 million a year. So you're looking, the stock's not cheap. You're looking at 160 million in revenue per year versus a cap of 4.3 billion. Even with this beat in the move up, not a cheap stock, but being in the AI field or in the AI craze probably doesn't matter, at least yet. Maybe not until fundamentals start mattering as a whole again. We'll see. SoundHound AI reported the following quarter highlights. It reported revenue of 42.7 million, which was a 217% increase year over year. Non-GAAP gross margin was 58.4%, and non-GAAP net loss was 11.9 million. Adjusted EBITDA was a loss of 14.3 million. Quote, in SoundHound's strongest ever quarter. Okay, strongest ever quarter. Many of our previous strategic moves delivered high impact results with growth. Good Lord, Ryan, come on. Growth across every business unit. We realized significant new wins as well as cross-sell deals, demonstrating the incredible opportunity we predicted with our 2024 acquisition. That came from Kayvon Mohair, CEO of SoundHound. SoundHound raised its fiscal 25 revenue outlook to a range of 160 to 178 million. That's versus the 160 million estimate. So we just finished talking about guidance and how important that is. Maybe it's not a surprise to see SoundHound having such a good morning here, or good morning and afternoon on the back of its earnings call, given that they actually guided above the estimate. So let me know what you feel like on SoundHound. Is this something that you guys are looking to trade? Is this an investment? Is it a short-term trade? How do you break this down? How do you look at SoundHound? I remember when we were first looking at this, we called this maybe an AI pretender, maybe kind of a crummy stock. Then it really started to get used in applications that we could identify with, and now they're actually beating earnings. This, frankly, is what I want to see from Ondas. I want to see good numbers and guides higher. I think that would be great for the stock. So again, let me know what you think here on SoundHound. Tyler saying this is a long-term investment. Tyler, I hope that works out for you. Again, we talked about AI and all of the tailwinds that it has, and there's going to be a lot of winners in this segment. So I hope you hooked one here, Tyler. Okay, next thing that I want to discuss here is the Firefly IPO. I think it was somebody yesterday. I can't remember. Maybe they said this about Figma, but somebody said, hopefully it's not another Voyager. Well, this is another Voyager. We're thinking about it. We need help from Captain Kirk on this one. Firefly Aerospace stock experienced a 2.56% drop during after-hours trading on Thursday following its recent IPO. However, the company's stock value remains robust, buoyed by its historic moon landing earlier this year. Firefly Aerospace dropped to $57.79 during after-hours trading on Thursday. The company raised $868 million through its IPO by selling 19.3 million shares at $45 each. The stock of the Texas-based aerospace company was trading at $62.41 at the time of the publication. So if we go back to Benzinga Pro here and we pull up Fly, let's take a look and see what happened here intraday. You can see. Go to a 5-minute chart here and let's fix the thing because I broke it again. Wait. So here we go. So we did have that initial pop here. And, I'll tell you what, this is what makes IPOs difficult to trade. A lot of volatility early on. As that initial pop subsided, this thing just more weakness. And this traded down. It kind of sold off a little bit at the beginning of the after hours, but then really held steady there. Does look like we're taking another leg lower here today. I'll be curious to see how this one trades here today. Also, remember, BT owns like 76 or something percent of the Fly IPO. You can see as soon as that IPO'd here, BT plunged. Tried to bounce one time, but actually took another leg down. Now, BT here higher by 2% in the pre-market on the back of that. We'll see how these two stocks trade here today. And the other thing to watch here is, do these stocks continue to trade alongside each other, or do they decouple at any point? So just a couple of thoughts. I'd be curious to know what you folks think about both BT and Fly, and how that relationship works. I did not do Fubo yet, Izzy. Fubo I don't consider a mature stock, so I would generally leave that for the mover segment, but nonetheless added to the list here. And as we have some time, we can take a look at that. We might even be able to ask Mark Petrino about that. Okay, now Apple. I'm going to start here with the chart because we've been talking about Apple recently, and here we go. We did get that move above the 215 breakout level. We've kind of been waiting for this. Actually, I think a lot of traders have been waiting for this. And today sets up for the test of that 200-day. So I want to see what happens here today. If we close above the 200-day, that'd be great. I would also be looking for maybe a pullback in the hold of the 200-day for a potential long side trade here. Better still, if we get rejected at this 200-day here today, back test the breakout level and then kind of hold in here, I would probably nibble on that swing trade with the hopes that it ends up being able to take out that 200 and close above it. Remember, 233, the next spot above that we have, and we do, that gap already got built. So 233 would be the next spot if we can get above the 200-day there. Now, we do have a story here. Apple's smart move may save iPhone sales and the stock could soar. Apple's smart decision to add another $100 billion to U.S. manufacturing commitment is being hailed on Wall Street as a tactical move to dodge steep tariffs under President Trump's trade regime. and could possibly reignite the stock, which is down 12% year to date. I know that there's a lot of Apple holders out there that that would absolutely love this. The company announced the launch of its American manufacturing program on August 6th, bringing its total planned U.S. investment to $600 billion over 4 years. That's up from $500 billion previously. The timing was crucial. It was on the same day that Trump unveiled a 100% tariff on semiconductors for companies not building in the U.S. Apple, thanks to the new commitment, was officially granted an exemption. Now, we talked about this because when we showed up the morning after this happened, a lot of those semis were up. And all of them have some type of carve out or have reallocated at least part of their supply chain here or in the process of doing so, or in the case of TSM, actually has a fab in Arizona. So good to see that this is working, frankly. For analysts, the message was clear. This wasn't just a patriotic investment push. It was calculated maneuver to shield iPhone business from tariff headwinds that could hurt pricing margins and competitiveness. iPhone is basically a service now. And we've talked a lot about how sticky the ecosystem is. I don't really see a lot of people pulling out of that. And I expect some good numbers here. And I expect if they're in the good graces of the administration, this is all signs go. Giddy up. Now we also have the chart showing us a 215 break to the upside. And we have some pretty easy to see targets above that. I think there's a lot of things lining up here for Apple, at least in the near term. Apple's American manufacturing program will work to recenter its supply chain inside the U.S. in partnerships with 10 domestic companies. This includes the expansion of Corning's Kentucky plant to produce U.S.-made cover glass for every iPhone and Apple Watch. It also includes building out an end-to-end silicon supply chain with 19 billion chips expected to be produced in the U.S. in 2025. And as we have talked about, these recent Apple Silica chips, they're actually awesome. The MacBook Pro that I have, it is absolutely phenomenal. And I've had it now for, I think, over a year or close to a year. I haven't seen a beach ball yet. Not one time. It works great. It doesn't produce a lot of heat. I mean, they've really made some headway here with their chips. And remember, this was a huge net negative for Intel. Continuing construction on a server factory in Houston supporting Apple Intelligence and private cloud compute. They're also growing data center capacity in North Carolina, Iowa, Nevada, and Oregon. And they have progress on a second campus in Austin, Texas. CapEx is also accelerating. Apple has spent $9.5 billion year to date. That's up from $6.5 billion in the same period last year. Research and development grew 11% year over year in the third fiscal quarter and is expected to rise again next quarter, much of it tied to AI investments. Apple could gain market share that comes from Bank of America. Quote, it seems increasingly likely that several Apple products will be exempt from tariffs. This comes from Wamsi Mohan from Bank of America on Thursday. He noted the competitive edge Apple could gain if its products avoid tariffs, while others do not. And I agree with him. Quote, we believe there is potential for Apple gaining smartphone market share in the U.S. if competitors are exposed to tariffs while iPhones remain exempt, end quote. I'm here to tell you this right now. If the iPhone, if earnings reports, if the iPhone beats handily on some of these estimates, you're going to see Apple scream higher. I know we talk a lot about the innovation and all of that, and they have been lacking. That's real. That's not made up. But I'm telling you right now, with the numbers the iPhone produces, if this has any type of market share gain again, you are going to see people flock back into Apple, and that is absolutely going to make for a great trade. Absolutely. Mohan had previously modeled a 200 bips gross margin headwind under a 20% tariff scenario. With the exemption in hand, he now sees 100 to 200 bips of potential margin upside. 400 bips swing there on that. This could help Apple, this could help push Apple towards 50% gross margins over time. And again, with the amount of sales or with the amount of phones that they're selling with 50% margins, folks, this might not be a done story. Let's just put it that way. He also flagged currency effects as a possible tailwind for the upcoming December quarter and raised his price objective from $240 to $250, citing increasing confidence in Apple's over $8 in earnings per share potential in calendar 2026. Company's an absolute monster. It's still Big Mama. I'm sorry. I know NVIDIA is great. This company is still a monster. JP Morgan analyst Samik Chatterjee I love that last name, Chatterjee. Oh, that's so good. Described Apple's announcement as a strategic response to longstanding tariff risks. Quote, Apple and Tim Cook delivered a master class in managing uncertainty after months and months of overhang relative to potential challenges and the company could face from tariffs. Instead of crying and running away, they figured out how to make this work for them, and then they executed. And this is what we want to see from companies, and this is what we're going to continue to see from the strong players. He indicated that the revised and higher U.S. commitment should position Apple favorably as the 100% semiconductor tariffs go into effect. Apple's expanded domestic footprint helps mitigate those risks and reduces the chance of future policy exposure. According to Goldman Sachs analyst Michael Ng, I think that's how it's pronounced correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong. Apple's tariff exemptions is a game changer for unit economics and relative competitiveness. Apple's tariff exemption should alleviate tariff headwind concerns. The exemption could also put it at a potential cost advantage relative to smartphone, PC, and tablet competitors that do not receive an exemption. Goldman Sachs holds a 12-month price target at $266, implying a 22% surge from the current level. So we just finished talking about the 215 breakout, got 233 as your 200-day. 266 should also be a target. That would be Goldman Sachs's 12-month price target. Good morning, Izzy. Good morning, Sunshine 6. Good morning, Tui. Good morning, Van. And good morning, Marty. And Captain Cloudy. And Asrar, HG, and Rakesh, and anyone else that I missed. Good morning to all of you. It's great to have you here on a Friday. All right. I've got two more stories here, but we might not need to go to them. And it's already 8:30, which means it is time for the one and only Mark Petrino. Let's bring him on and see how he's doing. Mark, good morning. Happy Friday, my man. How are you holding up here today?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing pretty good too. Look, I know that you're not necessarily a big victory lap guy, and I also know that you're a professional. So I'll go ahead and do it for you. So you're a character. The last time Mark joined us, one of the things that he led with was the SPY, and he said, "Boy, like a pretty good support for the SPY." Take a look at the chart because that call was about as risky as it gets. Now, Mark, I know you said that the important thing was how good you were hitting iron after that, but nonetheless, this was a unbelievable call, and you gave it to us live here. We'll take this anytime you want. Okay, anytime you got something like this, we'll take it.
I wrote about this yesterday. People think the markets are not predictable, right? And especially like in academia, but that's just not true at all. The markets are very predictable.
You got that right.
If we look at super microcomputer.
Do you want to share your charts? I can throw your chart up for you.
Yeah, let me share
here. There we go.
So super microcomputer goes into this massive sell-off on whatever day it was, and on Wednesday, and look at where it found a bottom, right? So it wasn't a coincidence that this is where the bottom was. It was support here. So that's just what we saw on the S&P. A lot of times when something goes down, it finds support at a level that had been support before. And this has to do with psychology. There's people who sold down here who regret doing so when the price goes higher. And a lot of them tell themselves, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have sold. If I could buy my shares back at the same price I sold them at, I'm going to. So when the stock collapsed, people who sold here are like, oh, here's my chance to get back in. And they come into the market as buyers and they put a floor under it. Now, the same dynamic, which occurs here, manifests itself in a little bit of a different way, but levels that were resistance can turn into support. And this is also because of seller's remorse. People sell here, and at first they thought they made the right move. But when the price goes higher and the resistance breaks, a lot of them say, I made a mistake. If I can, I'm going to buy my shares back at the same price I sold them at. So remorseful sellers can create support, and they can keep support intact. So this is, and then now on the upside, where did this thing run into resistance?
It's unbelievable.
It's not a coincidence that it hit resistance at 62. It's the same level that was resistance back there. So when you're trading stuff, you want to know where the important price levels are and what price levels are important. Ones that have been important before. A resistance can become support. Resistance can stay intact. Support can stay intact. Yeah, I mean, that's just how the markets are. For some reason, this particular stock likes these levels and doesn't really care about these ones. It just blew right through them.
I see on FinTwit a lot. There are people that rail against charts. They say, charts are witchcraft and snake oil, whatever, I guess slur or whatever you want to say about that. And I get it. There are some people that have been doing this for a long time. They develop a feel for stocks. They develop a feel for order flow. They develop a feel for how things trade, and they trade off that. And that's great if it works. But I think one of the things that you're outlining here is that how important charts are for folks that are new to this, because this is a really, really good way to get involved. Once you understand that this is all about psychology, you start to better understand the market participants, which absolutely gives you an advantage. And furthermore, it's almost like you can use these charts as a roadmap for trading. Now, of course, it doesn't always work, but I really, really think that this is something that can help newer traders. So I understand that there are a bunch of successful people out there that don't really care a lot about charts, but I hesitate to kind of join in because this is how I learn to look at the market. And I made a lot of headway from coming from this. And a lot of these lessons that you show us here every week, these are the fundamentals of understanding how stocks behave. And it's understanding this is how you're going to set yourself up for good trades. So I get it. I get that there's people on both sides. But Mark, I think you do a fantastic job every week here of showing us how important charts are, and particularly for those that want to get involved in this.
Well, thank you. But yeah, I mean, I think the reason, I mean, technical analysis, there's no doubt about it. That's even a dumb name, if you ask me. Um, it has, I see so many people that don't know what they're doing. You know what I mean? And they look in these patterns on these charts, but they don't really understand the trading dynamics that make these patterns form. And that's the real key. It's not being like, oh, this is this pattern or this is that pattern. It's knowing that, oh, gee, and now this is the S&P 500. Remember, trillions of dollars, millions of traders, thousands of strategies, everything from your retail guy with $5,000 to your $50 billion quantitative high frequency fund. And look how precise these are. So S&P breaks 575, rallies back to it, bingo, right? Goes lower, eventually breaks it, sells off. Where does it find support? The level that had been resistance. Just like we just saw with Supermicro.
Yeah.
The resistance becomes support. Now we have a situation up here where, we just found support at the level that was support. Now, a lot of people are thinking the market's overextended and so forth. I don't think it is, and I think it's going to keep moving higher. And one of the reasons why I heard you talk about is that Apple has finally broken out. So the biggest three stocks are Apple, Nvidia, and Microsoft. Nvidia and Microsoft are close to all-time highs. Apple hasn't really participated. But now, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's that what news this was, if it's that they're making the big investment in the States to
Yeah, it's that they
avoid tariffs or
increased
whatever.
their already large investment, and this investment then makes them not subject to the tariffs that has everyone panicked.
Yeah, so this'll now that one of the top three biggest stocks in the S&P 500, and the S&P 500 is 500 stocks, Nvidia, Microsoft, and Apple together are probably about 20% of the S&P 500. So three stocks are 20% of 500. But anyway, now that this is back in gear, I think that's going to be fuel to the fire. And the other thing I thought was really interesting that came out this week was this sentiment survey that comes out once a week. Now, the idea here is when people get really, when the sentiment goes to extremes one way or the other, it's what we call a contrarian signal. So, in other words, if people are extremely bearish, like they were in April, that tends to be a bullish sign. And the reason why is because the market runs out of sellers. When everyone who wants to sell sells, it doesn't matter what the news is. All that matters is if there's a market with no sellers, it can only go up. All right. And going back to here, this is the S&P. Where do we find a bottom? It's the same level that was a bottom before. But if we get really bullish sentiment, then that's actually bearish because the buyers are running out of money. They don't have anything else to invest in. A market with no buyers can only go down. So the last time we had bullish sentiment of 50% was here, and then that other time was here. So those are the two times in like the last year and a few months. Now, this week when this came out, I was surprised, but it showed a big drop in bullish sentiment. So bulls are down to 35%, bears are up to 43. So this is, in my opinion, this tells me that the market, unless there's some unforeseen event, is going to just kind of keep working higher. You got the negative sentiment, which is
Mhm.
bullish, and now you have Apple breaking out. So I think those are two very positive catalysts.
Okay. Real good. And again, we'll put that against the backdrop of August being choppy and then also September being traditionally the worst month of the year. We'll see how this all shakes out together. You ready for some tickers, Mark?
Yeah, sure.
All
But
right.
what
Yeah.
I
Sorry.
but,
Go ahead. Finish up.
I'm sorry, but before I go on, this comes out once a week on Wednesdays after the close. So if 1 week this comes out and all of a sudden it's like bullish 50%, well then it's time
Mhm.
to start selling. Um, but yeah, so fire away with some tickers.
Okay, awesome. First one here comes from Brandy. This is ICHR, and I love this because I don't think this is a stock that we've really pulled up before. So I love looking at new stocks here. ICHR, what do you see in the chat? Or what do you see
iCore
in the
Holdings.
chart for this one?
All right, what do we got here? iCore Holdings. Well, it's quite a reversal. It looks like, and it looks like so I guess whatever happened here, I assume it was probably earnings.
It was. Indeed, it was earnings. It looks like it was a mixed report, and it looks like the following morning you had lowered price targets from Stiefel, Oppenheimer, and I think there was one more in here. Stiefel, Oppenheimer. Nope, those two.
Maintained
So
by.
you had a couple of price target readjustments after a mixed earnings report.
Yeah, you got to be careful with these broker reports because there's inherent bias. There's only 6% of ratings or sells, and the reason why is because these broker dealers also tend to have investment banks, and they make money off commissions and selling research, but they make more money off of investment banking. So if you're over at Stiefel, or if you're at DA Davidson and you're an analyst, let's just say you have a particular stock XYZ, and you say, this stock sucks, and I'm going to put a sell on it and a $3 price target. Well, XYZ one day says, hey, we want to do a bond offering. Which investment banker should we call to help us out? Let's go on the list and see who covers us. Oh, these guys say our stock sucks. Screw them. I'm not going to give them any business. These guys got a super strong buy on it. And it's a $50 million price target. Who do you think is going to get the call? So just a little inside there for how Wall Street really works. But I think that, Brandy, there's going to be some follow through here because this is a pretty strong reversal. And I mean, I would be looking for a short-term target, right up around here.
That's interesting because you have 0 moving average lines on your chart, and we have the 100 and the 50 converging at 1970. And I think you just plopped that down there at 1940 something.
Yeah, that's one of those
So it's
amazing market things that
yeah,
happens.
it really is. It really is amazing here. So you're thinking you're going to have a gap fill continuation here, and it's likely to stop at about 19, somewhere in the 19 handle. Also worth noting that the 20-day moving average is at 2036.
Yeah. Now, one of the reasons why we get resistance is we talked about is we have remorseful buyers trying to sell things on the way up, right? Someone buys something at 10 and it goes to 8, and they say if it gets back to 10, I'm going to sell it. Well, when you have a gap situation like this, where you close at one price and you open at a very different price, there's no trading in between there. All right. Some people think that overnight there's trading, and they miss out on stuff. But generally, what happens is if there's news that can really move a stock, like earnings, the exchange will actually halt the trading for 15 minutes or whatever, and then they send out these notifications like, you know, you can start posting bids at 4:30. We're going to reopen the stock at 4:40 or whatever. So then when the new equilibrium gets established, it opens at a different price. So there's not any trading in between there. And if there is, it's very, very small amounts. So now that we get back up into these price levels, you don't have this large collection of remorseful buyers trying to sell. So there's not as much sell interest as there would typically be. So the buyers have to really get aggressive and force the price higher if they want to draw sellers in off of the sidelines. So if we gap in one direction and then we reverse and get back to those same price levels going in the opposite direction, there's a good chance we make a really rapid move right back through them. So the old saying, gaps tend to refill, is true. And it's just a principle of markets where if you move quickly through price levels one way and you get back to them going the other way, you can move quickly right back through them. So here's another example of a gap. Well, I guess this one didn't completely refill. Well, I mean, I guess you could say it did over here. But just something about markets, right? The more time you spend at a level, the more people get interested in it. If you don't trade at certain levels or you rip through them really quickly, you're just not going to have that same amount of interest that you would.
Yeah.
Right. So another interesting thing. And here's our, resistance becomes resistance. Like we saw down here, we got the support becomes support. So
and that'll be
clear.
Resistance on the way up if this chart continues to move higher.
Yeah, I mean, I would think if we break this, then the next stop is probably this forward peak.
That's
and
what I
if we
see
break
too.
that, the next stop is probably this forward peak.
Yeah. All right, really good stuff on that. I do have a couple of more for you here. We got oceans of time. How about Fubo?
Fubo.
Fubo is your ticker. Oh,
right,
Izzy, we're going to do both of those tickers. You're in for a treat today, Izzy. We're doing both of them. Strap in, buddy.
Oh, I don't know about this one. This looks a little, I don't know. I don't really see much here. I guess it looks a little neutral. See, this was an important price, 385. So yeah, so that's right where it's trading. So we had a little bit of volatility there, but I think if we can get above 385.
Yeah, now we are at 382 by 383 right now because they reported earnings here. So they're actually a little bit higher than I think that 370 price or whatever price it is that's showing.
Yeah, 380.
So to me, it looks like this kind of similar to the Apple breakout, right? Like we really want to see this breakout and close above, but we really don't want to see that head fake that we got around the beginning of August, end of July there. We want to avoid that this time.
Yeah. Well, one of the things to look for in a situation like this is right now you have all these people that are going through the earnings looking at them. And if they start to say, these earnings are really good, I'm going to start buying this stock. That generally happens at like 10 or 10:30 in the morning. So if it's going to break the resistance, it'll probably happen around then. If people say, these numbers, the headlines are good, but they're really not as good as they seem, people are going to start selling into strength, and then we could see that. So I would look for movement mid-morning. Sometimes the company reports maybe they beat earnings and the stock opens up 20%, but people look at the earnings and say, well, wait a second, the earnings are good, but the operating margin's fallen off a cliff here. Or maybe it's a retailer and they say the earnings are good, but look at how much the inventory has grown. So that's what I would be looking for. I don't think I would do anything right now, but if it starts to move ahead around 10 or 10:30, it's probably going to keep going.
That's absolutely hilarious that you're mentioning the 10:30 time, because that's something that we have noticed in this show for a long time about volume drying up. In other words, it either has made its move by then or it hasn't. So pretty good stuff there. Okay, next I want to do SoundHound, which also reported earnings in the after hours yesterday. It was trading up by like 20-some% here today. In fact, let me check real quick so I can get that accurate number and not just guess. SoundHound currently holding higher by 24.8% here today. And it sure looks like they're trying. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, so look at where it happens to be trading. So right up about here. So it's right at this. Now this is, this is a more volatile some of the other things we look at, but that's still pretty, pretty precise here. So I would say around where it is now, 1320, 1330, last trade is 1336, is really important because this is the support over here. And remember, we talked about the buyer's remorse. People that buy over here regret their decision when the price goes lower. And they say, if it ever gets back up and I can get out of it at break even, I'm going to. So when we return to the level that had been support, remorseful buyers placing sell orders turned it from support into resistance. So that's pretty much right where we are now. The stock is trading like right there.
Mm-hmm.
So this is just something we got to watch, because we're either, I would say probably over the next few days, we're either going to break out or we're going to reverse. Things don't stay at important levels too long generally. Look at this. It was there for literally one day. And here it was the same thing in 2 days.
Yep.
So look for, my guess is it's, reversal or breakout. I would be surprised if it goes sideways for a few days.
And I think one of the things you'd want to continue to see here is this trend of higher lows that we're seeing from that move down, right? I see a couple of, just eyeballing it, I see a couple of them from that April low right there. And we really want to see this pattern hold here to kind of force that breakout to the upside.
Yeah. So there will be some movement here, especially for, if you're an options trader, either you can catch this on the downside if it reverses. But here's the way you look at this stuff. People make fun of me and they're like, oh, you say it might go up, it might go down. Well, that's true. On important price level, it's like a fork in the road. And sometimes you just got to have a little bit of patience and wait to see which way the stock is going to break before you jump in.
Really well
That's
said.
the situation I would take here.
Okay. Good stuff there on sound. Next, we've got Tesla. TSLA. And I think we'll do after that, time permitting here, we still have plenty of time. I think after that, we'll probably do, where was that other one that I saw in here? We could do Lilly and NTLA. NTLA, there's a good suggestion.
My friend who lives down in Florida just got a Tesla. He said it's one of this. He said he went to the dealership and he tells the guy who wants to take a test drive. So they go and they're standing out front in the dealership. And he's like, what's going on? And all of a sudden the car just pulls up by itself. And, it's pretty weird.
Did he like that?
He thought it was great. I'd be a little freaked out. I don't know.
I'm with you, Mark. I'm more on your side. I'm not a huge fan of the self-driving. I like driving myself, so it's hard for me to say, hey, don't do something that you like. But I do think there's some pretty cool novelty about having the car drive up to you, or better still, the car being assembled at the factory and then driving from the line to your house to complete a delivery. That's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome.
Might be a good way to drive yourself home too after hitting the 19th hole.
There you go.
All right, so Tesla, I don't know, kind of range bound. I don't really see much here, but on the upside, there's your resistance, 332, 333, and on the downside, 304. So the top of a range resistance. There's people who bought here who, if they can, when the stock returns, are going to be trying to sell to get out at break even. So there could be some more resistance there. Now, this is what we kind of were just talking about. If you break through, sometimes when you get to resistance level, well, let me start again. Sometimes when you get to resistance, you sell off. And that's because resistance is a level or a zone where there's this large group of sellers or a lot of sell interest. Sometimes the sellers say to themselves, I don't want to miss this. I know the buyers are going to go to whoever is willing to sell at the lowest price. So I better reduce the price I'm willing to sell at. And someone else sees that and they do the same thing. And you get this undercutting that starts a snowball effect and you sell off. Sometimes when you get to resistance, the buyers eventually overpower the sellers and they push it higher. And when that happens, we call it a breakout. That shows us that the people that created the resistance with their sell orders have either finished or canceled their orders. So whenever you take a large amount of supply off of a market, it sets the stage for a move higher, because if buyers come in, they're going to have a hard time finding sellers and they're going to have to push the price up. So you can either, if we get there again, there's probably a good chance we reverse or we break out. The odds are pretty slim that you stay there for a long time. Now on the downside, it's the mirror image. Sometimes when you get to support, you rally. Support is a large group of buyers or a price range or zone where there's a large buy interest, and sometimes the buyers start to get anxious. They know the sellers are going to go to whoever is willing to pay the highest price. So they start increasing their bids, and you get a bidding war that can force the price higher. If the support breaks, it tells you that the people who created the support with their buy orders have finished or canceled their orders. So anytime you take a large amount of demand out of a market, it sets the stage for a move lower, because when the sellers come in, they're going to have to really knock the price down to get buyers off of the sidelines. So when something's in a range, that's what you kind of want to look for, the reversal trade or the breakout or breakdown trade.
When something's in a range, ideally, what you want is to be as patient as possible to try and enter your position at one of the margins of the range, right? Like looking at Tesla right now, it looks to me that this 322.27, we're right in the smack dab in the middle of the range here. There's no trade here. We want to wait
unless
to
there's
see.
news, I don't see anything.
We want to wait to see what happens at the top end of the range. Maybe there will be a short, or maybe it'll be a break, or if it comes back down and holds the bottom of the range, those are our entry triggers. So the big thing for me on ranges is two things. Number one is the price holding one of the levels of the range, either the top or the bottom. And two is the range being broken. Those two things are what's important to me. Otherwise, if we're in the middle of the range, it's like, what edge do you actually have here?
Yeah, something that's in the middle of a range is in equilibrium. The forces of supply and demand are equal. That's not what we want. We want stuff
That's really
out of
when it can go either way. You were just saying how a stock can go up or down. Boy, when it's in the middle of the range, that's when it's most likely to happen.
Yeah, but it's kind of harder to see, I guess. I don't. Well, a big part of it too depends on your time horizon. But anyway, yeah. So this was a pretty well-defined range back here.
Yeah, so I'd be looking for a breakout of this range here next on Tesla.
Well, the market is in bull mode. Like for what I talked about, Apple looking strong, the sentiment numbers being pretty bearish. So if I had to guess, I would think that this is going to move higher and break out and just eventually keep going along with the rest of the market.
Okay, awesome. Here's another one that we don't often look at, NTLA. This is a gene editor. This is Intellia, I believe, is the name of the company. And they work in the gene editing space.
Did you see the gold mining stocks yesterday? Wow.
We actually we took a look at, I think, well, I don't know that we looked at them together as a group, but yeah, we were commenting on that. And I think that has to do with the potential tariff on gold bars, which I don't necessarily understand. So in any case.
Well, whatever it is, it's making the stocks go up. All right, this guy here, I don't know. This looks kind of neutral to me too. I don't really see much here. It's kind of in a little bit of a range here. So,
to me, it looks like this stock is trying to show a bullish bias with those wicks on those last two candles here. But frankly, I would much rather see that down near that 10 level that you have outlined as a support, because I think if we get wicks around 10, you're likely to actually reverse, and that puts 12 squarely in place there. I'm with you here too. I'm kind of neutral on this. I generally speaking would like those hammers, those candles there with the long wicks to the bottom.
right.
But I don't know, man. It sure looks like that should have happened around 10.
Yeah, again, I don't really see much here. But if it gets down to 10, then I think you do have a shot at a reversal. You have to remember, people like the nice psychological levels, right? No one says, hey, I'm going to buy it if it gets to 989, or I'm going to buy it if it gets to 1013. They say, hey, if it gets to 10, I'm going to buy it. So whenever you get to 10, 20, 50, 100, there. As a matter of fact, speaking of breakouts, this is one of the ones I talked about this past week as well, was this Walmart breakout. And, this level, for all intents and purposes, this is $100.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have it at $99.50. But anyway, people say, hey, I own Walmart. If it gets to 100, I'm going to sell it, right? Finally, the buyers have overpowered those sellers and pushed the price higher. Now, this is your classic breakout and your classic gap fill. And this was one of our stocks of the day that I wrote about on this day here, saying, it just looked like it was going to break out because of the market tone. But anyway, we get above the resistance. And what does that tell us? Well, the sellers who created the resistance are gone. We're getting into a level where there's a gap on the way down. So there weren't people who bought back here who are going to be trying to sell on the way up. So when the buyers come in, they can't find any sellers, and they have no choice but to really jack the price higher if they want to get their orders filled.
Yeah.
So this is your classic. I mean, this could be in a textbook, right? This is your classic breakout and a gap refill. And then where do we run into resistance? Right where the gap started.
I'll tell you what, man. If you put that line right back where you had it, just Control Z it for me real quick. Okay. Though, if you look at the beginning, right, this is like back in March on your chart, you have those two candles again that have the long wicks to the downside. That looks exactly like the NTLA chart that we just looked at. And look what the next move was. It was not a move back towards 104.5. It was a gigantic gap down through the support level. So can you go back really? I'm sorry to make you dance around like this, but can you go back to NTLA really quick?
Yeah, of course.
The most recent candles here, very, very similar. We are kind of in no man's land for the range that you have identified. It's got these long wicks to the bottom, which makes you think, hey, maybe this will trade back up towards that 12.13. But we don't have the price history after that. If you go back to Walmart now and you look at the very similar setup with those candles, you'll see that the next move, I can't draw on your screen, but the next move there was a huge move down. So I can't help it. I saw it on one chart and I saw it on the second chart, and I'm just saying, just be cautious on that NTLA that we just asked about. Okay, Mark, I kept you 1 minute over. I'm sorry. I want to be respectful of your time and your potential tea time today. So thanks for all the time here. Have a good weekend, unless you have anything else for us.
Well, I can take a couple more if you guys want.
Okay. Then you know what? Then I'm going to do that for you here. The next one that someone wanted to look at was MP. This is another one that has made some real big moves recently. How about MP?
The Grateful Dead movie in IMAX. I don't know, man. I haven't really thought about that.
I mean, Mark, I think that's an obvious answer. If your kids thought Jerry Garcia was your uncle, you had better go see that thing in the IMAX. I mean, come on.
God, I've seen that movie so many times in my life, man. But it's pretty crazy psychedelic artwork in that guy. So is this the one that people are asking me about?
Yeah, MP. Yep, MP Materials.
Wow. Okay, so I guess they reported.
So here I can actually get you the earnings date. Yeah, it looks like they reported here. Was it last night or this morning? This was last night, so yesterday afternoon. And also,
maybe
just as a reminder here,
MP
is a producer of rare earths, which is kind of in the news cycle now too. So that explains some of the movement there in the chart.
Yeah. So one of my students was talking about BHP, that they own a lot of mines. That they're going to benefit. But I think that, maybe this is a little bit overdone here, but if I owned it, I wouldn't sell it. I mean, that's some really strong action. And this is our classic, what we just talked about, right?
Yep.
Important price levels. So this level here, right around 60, was resistance back here. And then what happens? The resistance breaks, and the level that had been resistance turns into a support level. And then that sets the stage for the next move higher. So if resistance breaks and you're curious as to whether it's going to be a false breakout, something that just comes right back in, or whether we're setting the stage for the next move higher, look for that conversion process. If what was resistance turns into support, then that sets the stage for the next leg higher. And that's what happened here. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. It's really amazing. I mean, I've been doing this for 25 years or 30 years, and I mean, I see stuff that like is just amazing. I mean, there's just so much stuff that's just breaking out, and and charts like this. I mean, how many stocks have friggin' doubled since April, right? I mean,
this thing is a triple from June, right? This thing was $20 in June.
Yeah.
It's 70 now. I mean, it's almost 4x. Yeah, it's crazy.
And there's a lot of things out. There's a lot of charts that look like this. So eventually there's going to be correction because markets don't go up forever. But until those sentiment numbers, I think, start to get more bullish, I think the market's just going to kind of keep working ahead.
Okay. Mark, really awesome stuff here. We're all grateful for the extra time that you gave us here today.
Oh yeah, and check out my website too. And you guys, if you guys have questions, you can always just hit me up through my website.
Absolutely. In fact, we promoted your YouTube channel earlier, and we have left the web address for your Substack on your entire segment here. So I will echo that. Definitely go check it out. markpetrinocmt.substack.com. Lots of good stuff. And as you've seen here from Mark, he has no trouble answering your questions. So, Mark, thanks again. Really appreciate it.
Have a good time today when you're playing.
Yeah, will do. Hopefully I hit him straight. Okay, all right, that is Mark Petrino, folks. Really good stuff here today. Mark Petrino's departure leaves room for the one and only 13. So we're going to go ahead and bring him on, see how he's doing. 13, good morning, my man. How are you? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday indeed. Hello, everybody. Hope you're having a good morning. I am. And how are you, Ryan? Are you having a good morning as well?
I am, dude. I am having a great morning. I've got a tea time here in just a couple of hours. Everyone's smiling. No one's being a jerk. It's been a really, really good one. We had football last night. I got more football here today.
Yep. It's going to be party time.
Things are going well.
It's going to be party time.
It is going to be party time. Let's party right now by doing the movers. What do you say?
Sounds good to me. Let's go.
All right. We're going to start here with MRM. This is Metaram Healthcare Techs. This was close to a penny stock. It was about $1.20 yesterday. Looks like we popped above 240 here today. Boy, we had a 100% runner earlier. We've pared back some of those gains. We've really struggled with the VWAP as a potential breakout area here, and we've now started to come back in towards the 200 EMA on the 5. We'll see if we get some support there. VWAP at 214. Quick look around the horn on this one. Oh, you know what? Let me get that. Producer, where are you? There we go. I got it. Quick look around the horn here on this. Sorry, 0.5% of the float shorted there, 0.55%, pretty much nothing, and 1.69 days to cover. That comes on 430,000 shares of average volume. Today we've traded 24.25 million, so I don't really think that's a big deal. Float's just shy of 6 million here. What do you think on this one? I actually didn't see. I beg your pardon. They had news in the after hours. So it joins the World Network embracing next generation proof of human concept led by ChatGPT. Let me ask you, 13, is this something for our digital ID space that we just talked about?
It might be. And I have another ticker to add to that. It's a ticker, I believe it's VRME. It's verify
me. Absolutely. Yeah. All right. And you know what I'm going to do, 13? Now that we're talking about this, I'm going to share this with the group. Okay. So let me go ahead and add VRME to this. For context here, 13, they have no idea what's up.
And while you do that, I can just go over this one real quick. It's moving on a collaboration with Hakuhodo to participate in the world, which is that Sam Altman backed organization. I don't know have enough information on what World is, so I couldn't tell you more about that. But the fact that it's an OpenAI and Sam Altman, that's what's really driving this. Strong financials at this company. Don't see that they're going to do any kind of raise anytime soon. This is a Japanese company, so it's a foreign issue here. And we have NASDAQ re-compliance that they've been trying to accomplish. I don't know that they've resolved that yet. I don't think they have, but still, all the news aside, looking at the chart, I'm not liking the way this pattern looks. It looks kind of bearish to me. And we are down at the 200 EMA on the 5-minute. We need to hold, because if we do not, then I believe that we are going to test 165. And if that doesn't hold, then we're going to be right back to where all this movement began yesterday. So that's what I'll be looking at here. 140 seems like after 165 seems to be the next support area down there. So that's what I'd be looking for. More downside with this one. It doesn't look like it has a great chart.
Okay. Good breakdown there on MRM. I got to be honest, I don't really think that I like that either. Smoke Tuna giving you the tuna blessing. It's not ready for the open. So 13, it looks like the good old-fashioned human analysis there doing just as good as the AI one. So hats off to you on that. We'll keep moving here. Next is going to be ticker SPRU. This rings a bell. I can't place it, but I want to say we've traded this before. This is Spruce Power Holdings, and the catalyst here is that Spruce Power Holdings shares are trading higher after the company announced a multi-year agreement to sell solar renewable energy cells in New Jersey. Now, This is interesting to me, 13, because in 3 days here on Monday after hours, this company is going to report earnings, and they're coming out with this headline ahead of the earnings print. What does that mean? I think you could probably draw a case for both. Maybe they're trying to get the stock price up now because the earnings aren't going to be great yet. Maybe the guide will be better. I don't know, but interesting that this is coming 3 days ahead of earnings. A quick look at the short interest here. 3.64%. This comes on 5.36 days to cover, and the average volume here is only 104,000. Today we've traded just shy of 30 million. Float 16 million. What do you think on this one, 13?
Yeah, so that the headline you said, multi-year agreement to sell its solar renewable energy credits. This company has 2 to 4 quarters of cash, depending on how you view their depending on which quarter you're drawing from, because it's kind of back and forth. So it could be 2 quarters of cash they have in reserve. It could be 4. This depends on how they operate over the next several quarters. So either way, at some point they may have to raise cash. One thing that I noticed that was interesting is that back in June they appointed an interim CFO. So with the earnings report coming up on Monday, I think we also might get some more information on that, whether or not they've actually found someone to permanently replace the CFO that was replaced in June. So just another thing to watch out for at SPRU. In the pre-market here, we are trading. It looks like we're trying to resolve a bull flag here. We had the impulse move, hit 180, came back down through VWAP, bound support from the 9 EMA. Now we're recapturing VWAP, trying to get back up towards 180. If we break above 180 here, this is going to likely go on a bit of a run here in the pre-market. So I think we would want to, if that happens, we would want to wait for after the open for this to set up, because I don't think it's a great idea to be buying something that's running into the open. You can get a rug pull out pretty quick that way. So let's just see what we end up getting here as we approach the open. We may get this move over 180 in the pre-market here. If we do, let's just be patient and see what we end up getting at the open.
Okay, really good stuff there, 13. We'll keep moving here. Next is going to be Real. That's ticker REAL, and this is the Real. The Real shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q2 EPS and sales results. Also, the company raised its full year 25 and Q3 sales guidance above estimates. So this, again, fitting into the theme that we've talked about here with guidance, really driving the boat here this quarter especially. This was about 550 yesterday. We punched above 750. We're now flirting with the VWAP right there at 714. Quick look at the short interest here on the Real. 18.24% of the float shorted. That has 9.1 days to cover. Definitely some high short interest here on this one. The average volume is 3.3 million, and we've only traded 1.3 million here today. Float's 110 million. So, hey, maybe we got some squeeze action going on here, ticker REAL. What do you think?
I think we could see some squeeze action. The thing that concerns me is that the float is over 110 million. It's a little bit heavier. That doesn't mean that this couldn't make some big moves, but it might not get these outsized moves that these smaller micro float names typically do. So as we've seen before with these larger floats, we might get some impulse moves to the upside, but a lot of slow leaking to the downside thereafter. So I think when it comes to these larger float names, we could see a lot of that today. Now, to your point about the earnings, this is what the next two I'm going to be looking at also have to do, because I didn't. This one wasn't as high up on the list as it is now. But the Real, this one beating earnings and then raising their guidance above estimates. That's kind of what's going to keep your stock going right now. If you don't have an earnings, earnings could even be mixed. But if you're not guiding and blowing out the guidance numbers or expectations, your stock's going to sink. That's the whole theme that's going on right now. And
we've even seen that some of the guides that are in line actually cause the stock to move down. Now, maybe not down 30% like the trade desk, but it causes the stocks to move down. So it's a really good point that you're making about actually beating or perhaps even blowing out some of these earnings. Okay, good stuff there on ticker REAL. Now, the next one here is SOUN. This is SoundHound. Is this one that you wanted to cover? Because I actually already broke this down in the news section of today's show.
No, I'm just kidding.
I was like, what? I got it there, folks. You saw it live. 13, you got me.
I got you. We talked about SoundHound already. I have levels for this, so I'll just throw those out since you've already discussed this one. I guess I didn't have that on my broker for a second here, because we've traded this one a lot. It's printed higher than where we're at right now before, so we've got levels to draw on going all the way up to 20. The next area of resistance I see is going to be between 410 and 415. After that, it's going to be $15. I see resistance. So a couple of areas to draw on. Let's make sure that if we do end up losing VWAP here, that we don't lose the 65 EMA thereafter, because that could signal some more downside to come. And if we do get that downside, we have a support area. It looks like it could you get a bit of a bounce around 1275, but I have 1245, 1250 as a stronger area of support.
Okay, really good stuff there on SoundHound, complete with levels. Let's take a look here at the next one. Is going to be WETO. Now we've had WeRide, now you have WeBus. So here we go. WeBus International shares are trading higher after the company's WeTour. Oh my God, this is too much now. WeRide, WeBus, WeTour. For heaven's sakes, guys. Platform, the WeTour platform launched to support XRP token and Ripple stablecoin payments. Now, ticker WETO. This is actually ramping here up by just about 19%. Quick look at the short interest on this one. 5.15% of the float shorted here with 1 day to cover. That comes on an average volume of 1.5 mil. We traded 1.6 mil here today. Floats 5.7. What do you think, 13?
This wasn't on the radar when I was looking at it earlier, and it looks like it only just started getting volume to show up on our scanner here, because it looks like, probably about the time that you were still talking with Mark, it wasn't really trading a whole lot. It just started moving around 9 a.m. So don't have a whole lot on this one. Looks like the float 5.7 million shares. Financials don't have a quarterly read. Let's see what I get annually. So they are losing. Well, they lost 2 million last, 2.5 million last year. Not sure I see much of a cash balance here. It looks like the most recently reported one is about 3.8. So they might be okay, but I wouldn't rule out some kind of financing or offering. And I realize they just did one with for 100 million to get this XRP and stablecoin payment funding started. I don't really have a whole lot that I can draw on this one or give you. So let me look at some levels for WETO, and hopefully there's something that we can find here that can provide us a trade. So looks like we have 241, 242 is a potential resistance area. That's the 65 EMA on the daily chart. We are pretty close to that. So that would be one of the first areas I'd be looking at for resistance. Now, if we manage to get through that, we have the 200 up at 307. That could be the next one. And it's also $3 is also about the area where you have a lot of resistance historically. There's one day in July, the very first day of July last month, where we popped above that, came right back in. So $3 looks like it's going to be a pretty tough spot to get over if we do end up getting up there.
Okay, really good stuff here. WETO. Now, did you have anything else here? Did you have ABCL?
I looked at LZ and LASR, and they pretty much are both on the same kind of news. They had
okay. Let's do those then. Let's do those. You said LZ, LegalZoom.
Yeah. So it's LegalZoom and its way up there, pretty good this morning, but. This one had earnings, and they also raised their revenue growth expectations for this year. So there you go. Another one where we had earnings.
Yep.
Blow the guidance out of the water, or make it so that something unexpected happens to their guidance. Revenue growth expectations, I think they rose it from 5 to 8%, and now we're also in a gap fill area with at LZ. So let me go to the chart to tell you exactly where that fills at. So we are. See, $11. So that puts us over here in about May of 2024. That's the gap that we're in right now. That started from May 7th to 8th, and the gap fills. If you're looking at the wick, it's going to be 1186. If you're looking at the real body, it's going to be 12. Okay.
All right, good stuff there on LZ. Did you want me to do another one here?
Just the same thing with LASR. This had earnings beat on guidance. This is the first positive quarter since Q3 of 2021. The company does have cash, and I wrote 26 support here for a reason. Let me see if I can look at a chart and make sure.
And real quick, while you're looking at the chart here, Tuna's saying it's another low volume day, so be careful on the fast movers. Indeed, this LASR, this has traded 56,000 shares today. That's it.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, so that one, this one probably won't be that great then, but this worth keeping on your radar. It does have a heavy float, about 47 million, a little heavier than we'd like to see. Same thing with LZ earlier. They had on 25 million. But LASR has cash, and $26 is a support area that I was looking at, and that's where we're at right now. So if we lose support, then heed that warning that Smoke Tuna gave us.
Okay, sounds good. I'm going to finish up here, and then we can go to ticker time for the remaining 10 minutes. I want to go to Ondas. This is ONDS. A couple of things here. Number one, take a look at this, folks. On the last run that we made up here at the end of the year, at the beginning of this year, the end of last year and the beginning of this year, we drew a Fibonacci retracement on that. And lo and behold, if we look inside, we are flirting with breaking out of the top end of this 341. Ondas does have some news. Reminder, folks, earnings in 4 days here. It's going to be Tuesday morning. We have earnings on this name. There is some news here today, though. Ondas Holdings marks strategic investment in Rift Dynamics, an advanced presence in Europe, and gains exclusive distribution of low-cost attributable drone systems for U.S. defense market. Now, I didn't go through this, but I believe Rift Dynamics AS, it's a Norway-based defense technology company specializing in affordable, mass-produced combat drone systems. So this news is good. I wouldn't chase this news because, again, one of the things that I've really kind of been focusing on here is, especially on stocks that I follow, I really don't want you folks to buy something and then immediately be under pressure because the stock is sold off. This should be good for getting more orders and getting more revenue and more sales. And ultimately, if we really want Ondas to go crazy, that's what we need. Furthermore, to be quite honest with you, this stock has 157 million float. So even if we get some wild day where some chat room or newsletter is pumping it, we're likely not going to get one of those huge, crazy moves. Huge, crazy moves in this stock are going to result from it maturing and having more sales, more revenue, more money on the bottom line. Now, the catalyst here this morning, in theory, this should be good, but we haven't seen any numbers yet. So I love seeing Ondas trading up by 4% here again. Let's make a move to 5. That's where I'm going to trim a little bit more if we get there. But don't keep in mind, we got earnings coming up here. And again, if you haven't paid yourself on this name, make sure that you do that before the earnings. We've seen this stock make some pretty huge swings, go up to 350, all the way back down to penny. I don't want anyone to have to hold on to that.
If we break over 350 today, there's a good chance that you're going to see 4 pretty soon. And
that would be sick.
4 is a really stiff-looking resistance area. So what I think I'd like to see instead is for this to kind of pull back a little bit from this 350 high that it made, probably to about 260, 265. I think that would be a good pullback area. And then once it reaches that level, that it turns back up and takes out 350 on the way up to 4. Ideally, that kind of cup and handle setup would be pretty bullish. Not that this isn't, but when you get to these resistance areas like this one from the beginning of the year, where we were at the same high, you tend to get some sellers to step in and pull it down. So just kind of there's 2 ways that this looks like it could play out right now. It could either be a scallop, which we blow past 350 and continue upwards, or we get a cup with handle where we get the handle starting to form as early as today. That takes us down to about 260, 265. Both are still bullish, but I think I'd like the cooling off aspect of the cup with handle because RSI is still pretty extended here with ONDS.
Okay, and Jay mentioning, I actually didn't see this, so appreciate this, Jay. Jake posted that the Vanguard ETF has been a big buyer last month. If that's the case, that tells me that they too see the same thing that I do, that the company is turning around, the company is trying to mature, and the company is in a very, very hot sector with some runway ahead of it. That is all good for the long-term hold. That is all stuff that we want to see. Okay, really good stuff there on on ONDS. Let's go to the chart tool. Let's take a look at the stocks that folks want to take a look at. I see there is a lot of talk about the trade desk, which I did have a news story on here today. It was basically a recap of their earnings. First of all, Lion Atlas, if you're still out there, I just want to make sure you're doing okay here today, because I know that you've been pounding the table here on the trade desk, and this had a horrific report. Absolutely horrific, down 34.7% here today. We got a question here from Barat saying, how low can it go? I mean, honestly, I think the low 40s. Now, I don't know if it's going to go there here today. It's $58 here today. It's already down 34%. So if you're looking to play this for a bounce here today, I get it, but be careful. Okay, be careful. Trade desk shares are trading lower after the company reported Q2 financial results. Bank of America downgraded the stock. I actually think this got multiple downgrades here today. Let me go see here.
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah, I think so. You had B of A. Well, you had Piper Sandler. They had hold. You have BMO Capital maintaining outperform.
Yeah,
I do think that there were some downgrades here in B
yeah.
of A.
So straight up, Bank of America downgraded it, and then Piper and BMO both lowered the price target. They did not downgrade it, but they lowered the price targets. Also worth noting, Piper was actually at neutral. In fact, so was Bank of America. They downgraded it. What is the new? Oh, you know what? They downgraded it. Excuse me. They downgraded it to neutral. They did have a buy rating on there. I apologize. So the trade desk. So how low can this go? I mean, 13. What do you think here? I mean, I'm just looking at the chart here. I do think it can go to 42 if it continues to show weakness. I'm not sure that it's going to do that here today, but good Lord, it looks like that 200-day really just kind of slapped this thing.
Yeah, and what didn't slap was their guidance. Q3 was very close to the expectation. It was slightly higher by about 2.7 million or something like that. But it's got to be way better than that for the stock to continue going. In addition to that, they also announced that they have a bit of a rotation happening here with their CFO. One lady is leaving, another gentleman that's on the board is coming in. So that may also add to the concern that investors have.
Yeah.
Now, we also did completely, well, I want to say we filled the gap, but we did an after hours, so it doesn't show up in the regular session. But we had a gap from May that we are now on the underside of. So we just blew right past all that. And we are getting some support down around, it looks like we're going to get some support down around the 54, 55 area. But I got to kind of go with you on this, that I'm not sure that the selling's done yet. Now, I think we may get an attempt to try and pull this back up to like 66. But even with that, I don't feel comfortable saying that that's going to happen for sure or has a great chance of happening. I think that we could continue lower and we could continue downward on this trend that I see here that starts from July of 23. And if you draw a trend line to the downside through October and February of the following year, and you keep that going, we bounced off this trend line in April from the Liberation Day unwind. And I think that trend line is still in play.
Okay.
Do you see which trend line I'm talking about here?
I think that you're talking about the Liberation Day one. You're talking about here.
Yeah, so you can start with the Liberation Day and then just draw the line all the way up to the top of July 31st, 2023.
July 31st. That's this way?
Yes.
July. Oh
so
my
start
God,
with,
this is
start with Liberation
nightmare. Day. July 21st, 2023. Right here.
Yeah, those highs. There you go. There you go. That's the trend line I've had here for some time now. This trend line, this is a breakout level back in February last year. We gapped up. I don't know what the news was. It might have been earnings, but we gapped up over this trend line in February of last year. Hadn't visited this until the Liberation Day unwind. Bounced off that with some meaningful force here. Got all the way back up to 90. Now we are making our way back down towards this trend line. So this trend line, if we continue lower and break beneath the low from the Liberation Day unwind, I think that this trend line is going to come into play again.
Okay.
Support.
Real good stuff. Couple of things here. Lion here saying TTD got punished for no reason and the earnings weren't bad. I completely disagree with you. Sure, they beat last quarter, but as 13 said, the guidance was not good. And remember, we have been told about how the bar has been lowered here over and over and over for a lot of these stocks. And if you're not able to get above a very, very lowered bar, in fact, one that's buried, I'm sorry, there's no way I can say that that's good. Now, long term, does this represent a discount? Probably. We'll see how this all shakes out here, but I'm sorry, I cannot get on board with that being a good earnings report, especially given what we've seen from some of the other stocks here. I totally disagree, respectfully, of course. All right, we're about to open. Let's go ahead and flip over to the main workspace, and we will go ahead and get this done.
And thank you for the reminder. I believe it was Beth that was saying 13 minutes left. So thank you for the reminder. And here we go. All right, so out of the gate here, let me go back to the smaller time frame. We have MRM that still looks like it's trying to make a decision about its 200. Oh, look, no, I'm sorry. We got a little update here on the chart. Bounced off the 200 EMA. We are back up at the 65 EMA, but still beneath VWAP, and we are slow leaking at the open here. So let's see what happens with this movement downside to the downside. SPRU, that's still kind of going sideways, losing the VWAP in the process. Having a real hard time getting above that VWAP. Keep an eye on that. Soundhound, here we go. This is this drop beneath the 65 EMA initially. Now we just recaptured VWAP, trying to make our way up to 1375, which is the high.
LZ. LZ from your list here, trying to go right through 11 there.
It's certainly trying. Looks like there might be a bit of a trend we can draw from 1146 through that other high. And I don't know if this is a...
I'll do it. No, I'll do that for sure. I'll do that. Boop.
Yeah, I don't know if we can look at this as a trend line or if it's more horizontal. I mean, it's like a 5-cent difference between these two highs. But this would be a level to watch for a breakout. And it looks like we are getting a bit of curling happening here in the MACD. So this could see a nice move over, especially over this 1125 where there's a lot of sellers in the way.
And then here you go, as the chat is undoubtedly noticing, look at the rip from Ondas right out of the gate here. It took out 350 like it
wasn't even there.
Yeah, I was going to come up with something that I realized it was absolutely not family friendly. But in any case here, Ondas, huge move higher here out of the open. And there was some substantial resistance at 350 that literally got deleted. So Ondas here ripping. Y'all folks, do what you need to do here, but happy Friday.
Yeah, LASR, that pulled out of the gate here through the 65 EMA. Didn't hit the 200 yet, but it is reversing and recapturing the 65 EMA right now. And you're on this, that's running into some sellers at 370. There's another large amount of sellers at 388 and then at $4 with a big resistance area that we were outlining earlier.
Bam, bam, bam. Oh,
right.
Really quickly, someone had asked me about A-Lab, and I said I would get to this. C-Boogie is who it was.
That's
Love that name. Can't believe I temporarily forgot it there. But real quick here. Come on, chart. You have been giving me the business this morning. Okay. I was asked if I took entry in A-Lab. My answer was no. Okay, so I actually really want to see this a little bit lower. 160, 163.4 would be a potential add. I understand we did get a pullback here. And if you're a little bit more aggressive with this trade, maybe you did nibble here a little bit. This is a trade that works pretty well. So I'm a little bit more conservative on my entries. No entry here on A-Lab. I'm still stalking entry. 160 to 163 is my target entry zone here. We'll see if we end up getting that.
It looks like it's kind of consolidating into a bit of a triangle, almost like a bull pennant here after this big move up from August 5th. I think 180 is a level you're definitely going to want to keep an eye on, because if you break out of that, we may have another test of this trend line that we drew a while back. It looks like it's setting up to go higher. So I think and 180 looks like the spot too. Let's just see.
It sure does, but it's just I follow my rules on this trade setup, and it just simply didn't dip high enough. I would have had to have kind of go back, I guess, a little bit on my rules for that.
We bust is more like a we bust. This thing we dropped right out of the gate here through the 65 and 200 EMAs.
What was the ticker on that thing again?
WETO.
WETO. That's right. Yeah, WETO.
Now it's from we bust to we busted. So it's breaking down. Looks like 180 is probably the next support area you got down here, and then after that 167.
Big yikes on this pullback here. Big yikes.
Amanda Gibbons is mentioning NVAX is over 9. Remember that thing being a volatile mover back in during the pandemic days.
Oh yeah, and actually it was a pretty big mover yesterday, frankly. Now it looks like we have some continuation here. Also, good morning, Amanda.
MRM, keep watching this level to hold. So this is the $2 level that we're talking about here, or was it earlier when underneath $2? Let me know.
Frankly, I think this thing needs to get above the VWAP and hold, and I've got that value at 212.
It's above my VWAP, but we have this big consolidation, a sideways price action from both the after hours and the pre-market. So that's kind of the big area that it has to get through. Now we do have a bit of a trend line here as well. And we are pretty close to knocking on the door of that.
So, yeah, we are 13. Yes, yeah. We are. But, there it is.
But this, remember, we were kind of talking about how this one didn't look that great to begin with. So let's just, make sure we don't get ourselves hurt in this one, because it could turn around on us, and that wouldn't be great.
Indeed. Okay. MRM. All right, 13. I'm going to step away for just 1 second and visit the washroom. I'll be right back.
All right. So meanwhile, while he does that, we'll look at SPRU, and that is trying to get a bit of a bounce here. There might be some support coming in the form of a downward trend line. If it doesn't reverse at 140, then I think we're going to see that 65 EMA. Looking at REAL, the real real deal. This is still trying to get above its VWAP. It's been trying to do that for the past half hour, it seems. Still no luck. So sideways it goes. Some point we're either going to get a breakdown or a breakout, and if we don't recapture this VWAP, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a breakdown. All right, so now we have Soundhound, where this kind of whipped around at the beginning here this morning, still above its VWAP, trying to go higher. Still have that 1375 high that we are looking at here, and if we break past that, then I think we see 14 to 1415, 14 and change. So then we have LZ that popped. Hey, that popped up to that trend line, but it didn't hold above it. 1147 now the session high. That's slightly above the pre-market high, which was 1146. So you see it close above a 5-minute candle close above this trend line if we're going to get some more upside. But it's nice that we hit that. I just don't want this to be a triple top is all.
Are we still on MRM? What ticker?
No, I was looking at LZ. That trend line that we drew, it hit it, but it backed right off. Still above VWAP though.
Yep.
All right, Ondas still hammering that 378 area. We now have 2 wicks up there, so be careful. That's kind of can be sometimes an indication that sellers are stepping in and pressuring this stock down some more. So we get those upper shadows. Just be careful with this one. 378 current high.
Definitely been some strong buying all morning, but to your point, just to kind of bolster or steel man your point a little bit, if that volume starts to dry up, those wicks are going to become even stronger resistance up there at the top. I love it, Glenn. Ondas, come to Pappy. Let's go, Glenn. So, I love it.
MRM right to that trend line that we drew and backed off, but still above VWAP.
Ondas new highs 382 now. Buying is relentless. It's the opposite. It's the anti-TTD today.
All right, MRM still going. So this has potential to invalidate this, but what looked like a bearish pattern. We are breaking over this trend line. Looks like the next area where we could find resistance might be at about 235.
Okay. I've got this going through the trend line. We'll see if that closes. Yeah. Really quick, Yassine mentioning that Sezzle is getting destroyed here. Indeed. Now, Sezzle, this actually took out the impulse low. This thing is down 31% on Sezzle.
Earnings. They had earnings yesterday, and even though they had good earnings beats, their guidance wasn't great. They saw adjusted fiscal year 25 EPS to be 1325, yep. Consensus 1326. That's not what they wanted to see, so they're hammering this thing.
Amanda here. Ryan, do you have a target where you are taking some Ondas off the table? All of my shares are in profit, but I like the company, so I'm not sure where to trim. This is a great question, Amanda. Yes. So really quickly, after the last big move down to 70 cents. So when we take a look at the chart, after that beginning of the year move, when we came back into 70 cents, I said, patience is a virtue, but I just have to alter my plan. I'm being shown new data and I have to change my plan around. So against my better judgment, I actually substantially added to my position because I really knew it wasn't going to zero. And as we started to trade up, I've actually already trimmed. So my trim spots were 153 and 305 so far. That was a bulk of the shares that I had re-added. Again, just to make sure I raised some cash and got myself paid so I can still do some other stuff. Now, my trim zone, first of all, I'm going to leave at least 1,000 shares for the all-time, the forever hold or whatever it's called. So I plan to trim like Jay Rice here, where I trim a whole bunch of times into a substantial upside move. The next level that I'm looking to trim some shares here would be 5. If we got a big move here today, I would probably trim a little bit closer to 450 if we get up there. So I would say 450 and 5. Again, my intention here is to hold at least 1,000 shares for the long haul. Meaning if 10 years from now, this thing is $97, I should still have 1,000 shares of that. And I should have $97,000 worth of Ondas stock. So I would say come up with your plan. You're as sharp as attack, so I'm sure you'll figure out something there, and you'll probably come up with some ridiculous option strategy that gets you paid 3x on that. But to answer your question directly, about 455, my next trim zone.
WETO, after hitting 182, it reversed and is trying to recapture the 65 EMA. So still just be careful with this. These are some really large moves on not so much volume. Don't be caught in this liquid mover. We have Soundhound that dropped down to under 13 and still trying to recapture that level, but looks like this is getting pressured lower. Same thing. I saw another one that was getting locked down. I'm not sure which one it was, but MRM, this is still trying to take out that trend line and close above it. SPRU, this still looks like it's going to go lower, but might find some support down around in the 130s.
This MRM definitely still being rejected by that trend line. By the way, Sell H, which we talked about yesterday, this traded up again here today. This made its high in the pre-market. It's kind of a disappointing day given the huge move. Today, however, looks like we actually took that out a little bit. We peaked above it. Let's see if we can get above that $52 level on Sell H here. Again, wherever Crow is, whoever talks to Crow, maybe I'll send him a message here. I'm going to do that right now. 13, fill the dead air for me, would you?
All right. Still trying to, I mean, it's really just a handful of these movers right now that are really trying to get anything going. A lot of them are still looking a little bit bearish and selling off. Real is one that's just pretty much been going sideways. Still no closes over this VWAP, even though it's been trying to print. It's been printing above it. It's just too many sellers in this one. For the moment, anyway. SPRU, this kind of hanging out here at about 145, trying to turn around. I still think it's going to go down to the 130s. Soundhound recaptured 13. See if it can take out the VWAP and go back up to 1375, which is the high of the pre-market. Starting to get some volume here. Soundhound might get going.
Let's take a look at TTD here. Okay, so man, relentless selling. There was more selling in the pre-market, selling right out of the open, but maybe, just maybe, we did catch here. I've got this at 54. Robert, you said 53 and a half. So 53 and a half, 54. Maybe there is some support here on TTD. That would be a level to watch and perhaps trade it against if you wanted.
I apologize if you hear any lawnmowers. Got the landscapers outside.
I'll be honest, 13, you say that a lot, and I think every time that you have your headphones on, for whatever reason, I don't seem to hear a lot of background noise from you. The only thing I really hear is the things in very close proximity, your mechanical keyboard, which you obviously have, and sometimes your mouse clicks. But other than that, I don't really hear anything from your yard. I feel like folks hear my landscapers more than they hear yours, to be quite honest with you.
Well, I don't have a mechanical keyboard, but my microphone is like right here.
Okay, that's why then. Yeah, that's all. You should get a mechanical keyboard, but that's a discussion for another day.
I had one, and everybody told me to get rid of it.
Okay, you know what? I'm not stepping in the middle of family.
It wasn't family; it was friends. It was people that I was, online.
I can't get anything right.
You're like, I can't. Whose keyboard is that? And it's mine. So anyway, I moved on because it was irritating.
Ooh, BMNR. This is that crypto treasury that has Peter Thiel's backing. This actually continuing higher here. BMNR 45.5. It looks like. And what do we got? Let me go back here and see. Yeah, don't we have another resistance area coming up here? I think we do. Yeah, man, I wanted to say it was 50, but it actually might be a little bit higher than that. Maybe this 55, 57 area here. BMNR.
Let's take a look, because I was looking at the reason why I was running, and it was some news about COSM, but that's not making moves this morning. So let's see here, BMNR. And you were asking about what level?
50. Here, let me go back to the daily chart there. I think it was 55 to 57. Yeah, 50 right in here. 53 to 57 looks to be that resistance area to my
eye. 59 stands out a little bit more to me. Not that I don't know about that particular level you're seeing, but 59 looks like the bigger level.
Okay.
Resistance.
Okay, well, that's not far. I mean, this was in a range where this thing was absolutely screaming. So if we're off by $1 or $2 there, I don't really think that's a big deal. WeBus, by the way. Oh, excuse me. Soundhound, by the way. I have WBus typed in here. God, Ryan, you're dumb. What are you doing?
You're not dumb, my man.
No, I just made
silly.
I made kind of a stupid mistake. I made kind of a stupid mistake here. Let me go back to Soundhound real quick.
Yeah, we got that recapture of the VWAP. Still trying to make for that 1375 high in the pre-market here. We push through that. We see 14. That's what I think. And let's just draw a little bit of a trend line. Now, if we use this, we might see a little bit of resistance around 14 exactly before we hit that 415, 410 level that I was looking at. BMNR rocking, says Gary. Don't buy the top of these movers. Absolutely not. Do not chase these.
No, absolutely.
Got to wait for these to set up. And
that's why I like to highlight here a lot when people call things early. It's why I've repeated Tuna's statements a lot about don't take the stock off the screen when it starts to become weak, because you actually want to buy it on weakness when it holds a level. And I'm guilty of that. I mean, I've been shaken more times than I care to admit about that. And I try and say that not only for myself, but for everyone else too. So definitely don't buy the highs on these. Try and figure out where the support level is and add as close as possible to that.
MRM, it had another pop over this trend line that we drew, but it's come right back into VWAP. So this is really struggling with getting over this trend line. It seems to get rejection around the 225, 220 area.
Izzy's mentioning another one here, and I'll be honest, Izzy, I like this. I might nibble on this here today.
Is it inevitable?
Yeah, I mean, I was doing that to try and make a joke here, but here's the thing. MSOS, this is now completely recaptured its 200-day. Initially, when we first took a look at this, it looked like it was kind of flirting with it, and it would close above it, then it would close below it, then it would close above it. Today here, this looks to be the confirmation. I think I hear from some of my people that cannabis rescheduling is brewing. And as I've said before, all it's going to take is Trump one time in one interview to say, yeah, cannabis, we'll take a look at it. And this thing is going to be a double the next day. So this is an ETF. It's not a single stock exposure. I have no position. I wish I did a little bit closer at that 50-day moving average, but alas, I missed it. Now we are taking out the 200. So this is appealing. Izzy, I would love to know what your plan is here with MSOS if you have more.
I like the double bottom that we got this year. I like that we're coming up to resistance area at $4. And I like that there's a gap that starts at about 545 and fills up to more than $1 away at 655.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that so what we might start to see is this become a midterm issue.
Yeah, that's a good point, 13.
So I think we may get, whispers and hints, but next year we could get a lot, and I mean a lot more, news and discussion, and even maybe legislation that's going to move MSOS. So that's what I'm kind of thinking right now. That might not end up being the case, but I could totally see this being a midterm issue.
And Izzy here, I appreciate the direct answer to the direct question. MSOS 350 buy. Honestly, I think that you're right with that. If it comes in and holds 337, that's better still. But 350 actually looks like a good spot there, Izzy. I'm with you on that.
Soundhound, new highs.
Look at
over the pre-market high now, 1378, coming up to that $14 resistance area. Be ready for a little bit of a pullback here, just in case that happens.
Yeah, no, VH, it's true. It's true. And here's the thing: if Trump or his administration thinks that they're going to be able to make more tax revenue off of this, I think this is a full go. I think this is gonna go in stages, because there are a lot of red senators that don't necessarily are not on board with this, but I think this is coming here in this admin. And I think the traditional look that, this is hated by anyone red, I don't think that's true anymore. I think that's changing. And the more and more people I talk to on both sides of the aisle feel the same way.
And lots of farmers are on board with this now too.
Yep.
So I think that's where you're getting a lot of your blue collar support for this. So that's where it comes from, I believe.
Yeah. Now look, trade this with your, I don't want my beliefs to seep into your trade plan. That's how mistakes are made, and that's how people end up hating me. And I don't want that. So factor in your own risk into the trade. But I think you might be surprised here. Soundhound, by the way, stopped dead on that pre-market high.
We are getting a pull here in MRM. Not a great look here with these two wicks that could indicate a double top. Coming down the 20-day, the 20 EMA on the 5-minute at around 182. See if we get some support there. But right now, MRM not able to get over that trend line, losing VWAP in the process. 13,
your trend line again coming into play here. Just phenomenal.
Sometimes it works.
Sometimes. More often than not, it turns out that it does. Really, really good stuff.
LZ, speaking of trend lines, LZ trying to push through the one that we drew earlier that it was rejected at earlier. 1147 was the high. Coming back up to that, looking to break through this and take out 1150. All right, 200.
To Google 200. Okay. And then Gen Z is drinking less alcohol as well. So I think a lot of companies are moving towards cannabis products, drinks. Tap is one of them. Yeah, I don't know how that's going to play out there, but that's a good point. I don't have much experience with the cannabis infused drinks, to be honest with you. If there's something that maybe I should look into, I'm open to hearing about that, but I'm just not very experienced with that stuff.
Spruce, this thing bouncing around inside a parallel channel, coming down to the 65 VMA where it could bounce. If we lose that, then I'm probably just taking this thing off my screen. It's not been the greatest mover this morning.
Here's a look at that Google chart. We talked about this really needing to get above 200. To me, the big thing here is, do we close above 200? If we do, I think that would be great news here. On this little bit of a pullback finally off that impulse move. We'll take that. Hopefully it doesn't break all the way back down. Day trader here looking at 388 as a huge pivot level. I also have the VWAP here, 371 on Ondas at the moment.
Hey, 395. That's right on the doorstep of that $4 resistance area. I think we'll take it. And look at the sellers up at $4. If you have a price letter now, they are just setting up camp there. They're moving and they're pretty much squatters at $4 now. Google, that is a great
wow.
over 200. I like it. Now, if we
I think we close above this. I think this is pretty good, 13.
Yeah, if this, so here's the where I would go with this, since it's kind of invalidating the head and shoulders. I would use that left shoulder high and draw it through the head high, and then just keep that trend line going. And I think that's going to be the next resistance area if we invalidate this head and shoulders.
Okay, well, this is a really good start to invalidating that. Really, really good start.
All right, so we are getting a pull here in SoundHound, still above some of these highs in the regular session here. So that's going to I'm going to look at that as support. That's going to be about 345, 350, down to about where we just bounced right now. Let's see if we get that support to continue. MRM coming down to that 200 EMA. Smoke Tuna, you were saying something about where the load zone is in this one.
And which one?
MRM.
Okay, the one that got rejected off that trend line.
Yeah, I'm just. Oh, it says he needs to hold 187. The next dead zone is 171. So 187 is it's it's above that right now, and the low this candle was 191. So we're still holding above that. I think right here is where we would like to see a reversal. Tell me if I'm right or wrong about that.
Tesla here, good mention. Tesla's continuing, by the way, 331. That thing has just been straight up out of the gate here. Also, we talked a little bit about TTD. Interestingly enough, we're seeing some more TTD puts here, and these I do not believe, maybe those are, maybe this are closing trades here after earnings. These were the 65 calls closed in size on that as well. So maybe those are closing orders there instead of new short orders. If I'll tell you what, if the short folks for the print are covering up here or selling their puts here, this actually might also help carve out that bottom that we're looking for here on TTD.
SoundHound getting some support down here at about 1350. Look for a turnaround to take this thing higher. LASR lost its 65 EMA. This looks like it's going to trade lower. LZ is at that trend line right now. Not doing a whole bunch of anything. I guess there's a bit of a standoff here between buyers and sellers, but they do have a large amount of sellers up in the way of 1150. MRM going through 190 on its way down to that support area Tuna was mentioning. We'll see if this holds up. And there was one other one I was looking at here.
VHV saying, is this TTD drop, the trade desk drop, an exaggeration? Again, they had a very, very low bar and they couldn't really jump over it. Jay brought up a really good point that a lot of the software names are actually fairly weak right now. So long term, does this provide a buying opportunity? Yeah, probably it does. I don't know where the bottom is yet, though. So it's tough for me to really say that with any type of conviction here. I'm almost kind of riding the fence on that one. It feels like an idiot drop. Again, I don't think this is an idiot drop on the back of that earnings. I would have really liked to have seen a better earnings print, but you make a good point about it maybe being a little too extended. I mean, down over 30% is quite a bit.
We were being asked about Disney.
It's almost 40% now.
Yeah, it's still going to go down, I think. But Disney here, this we talked about this one earlier in the week and how this had a bearish looking formation here prior to the earnings, and then we got the earnings and it kind of confirmed that that formation. So here we are trading beneath the 50-day SMA on our way down towards the 200. We could start to get some support in this area here between 110 and 114. So we'll see if that ends up materializing. But I would wait for some bottoming in this, and that bottoming might not happen until a little bit lower from here. So I'm not a buyer in Disney yet. Long term, this might end up doing just fine, but you can look in the past couple of years. This thing has really just been kind of oscillating between the low 80s to the mid 120s, and hasn't really gone back up towards the pandemic levels where this thing was trading over $200 a share. The movies, the film segments, and the Disney Plus segments, not doing great. My understanding, their movies aren't being well received. They're not lasting very long in the box office. I don't think we're seeing superhero fatigue, even though Marvel and is having a hard time. That recent Superman movie that came out kind of indicating that superhero movies aren't quite dead. It's just that everybody's exhausted with the way that Marvel movies have been going. Same thing with the Star Wars movies. They just don't like the direction they've been taking. So seeing fewer box office receipts as a result.
Yeah, I have more of a bearish opinion than 13, I think, on this. I think the superhero movies are horrific. I think they're very few and far between on good ones. I certainly don't enjoy them. We've talked a lot about some of Disney's other problems here. realistically, thinking about just the stock and trying to disconnect some of that, I think this is probably a better buy here around $100 if it can come back in. We actually seem like we're in a range, and we've kind of been in this range since 2022.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel great. I mean, if we break out of this 125 area, maybe we'll reassess. We'll see what earnings are saying for that. But to me, this is a no touch. Maybe I'd reinvestigate if it was close to 100.
Oh, I think that if we continue with this oscillation here, we just need to wait until it goes under $90.
Okay. Wow. Under 9. Okay.
I mean, we've had more than one or two visits down here since 2022. It just goes back and forth between this area, and it has been. And until we break this sideways action, I think this is how it's going to continue. We're just going to keep getting more of this. LZ, by the way, over that trend line.
Day trader, have yourself a great weekend, man. Thanks for all your support and all of your input throughout the course of the week. Enjoy yourself, my brother. Jay reminding us that DraftKings doing what DraftKings does after earnings. Yep. DraftKings, had earnings traded up initially, really got slammed yesterday. More continuation to the downside today. And it actually looks like we might give up this $43 support level. Also worth noting, Flutter, FanDuel's parent company, reported earnings last night. They actually traded down, and it looks like it's peaking for some more downside here today. This was only down about 3% on earnings. This is now extended to down about 8% here in the regular session. And Ondas, by the way, as we were saying, please, guys, do not, Smoke Tuna even said this too, do not chase the up moves, because damn, if you've missed the train here and you were buying at 380, you already are sour grapes on this stock. Be very careful when it moves. These big impulse moves that we see, these are exit liquidity events for you. You should be selling into these, not chasing into these. The
resistance level was resistance.
Yep. And if you're thinking, well, does this pullback bother you? No, it doesn't. This has been on a huge run recently. This is all good stuff.
Joseph Schmo, I think that there's going to be a point where DraftKings will be a buy, and it'll be prior to it might even be prior to kickoff. I don't know if I'm correct about that, but we are entering some good seasonality for DraftKings, so I expect that there's going to be a point where that does turn around. You just need to be patient and wait for this to stop all the selling that it's doing right now.
Now, 13 brings up a really good point. Here is your seasonality for DraftKings, and if we take a look at this, we have really positive seasonality right now through the middle of September.
Yep.
Okay, so to 13's point about DraftKings having some pretty good seasonality, it does. What I would say is, as far as a trade here, I don't think you necessarily need to step in the way of a sell-off here. You can probably wait until that carves out a tradable bottom and then maybe take it from there. Remember, mid-September on that seasonality.
You've seen what happened with the Sezzle. I believe this is another one that didn't report the greatest guidance, and now it's lower. And
buy now, pay later, poor report, poor guide, new lows.
Yep. So that's kind of the theme that we're on here right now. You've seen is that if a company is reporting earnings, the earnings, they have to at least be in line or mixed or something slightly positive, but it's the guidance. They have to blow guidance out of the water, not just report within the range or affirm it. They need to say, hey, here's what our guidance was before. We're raising it to this. And when they raise it, it needs to be higher than expectations. That's what's going to drive the stocks higher in this current tape.
Hood, line mentioning Hood here. Hood has been a absolute rager. Oh God, another good move here today. This took out yesterday's intraday high on Hood. I haven't seen anything in the unusual options here yet, but I'll keep my eyes peeled for that. Hood here, another big move. And actually, aren't we approaching a trend line? Yeah, look at that, 13, our original trend line.
Nice. We
are approaching that again. Let me estimate that spot here for you. I've got this at 117, another 3 points from where we're at.
Lots of insider selling this month so far.
On Hood?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, you got insider selling millions of dollars in shares. Just something to keep an eye on. I don't know if that's going to really signal anything. I mean, all people do when they have shares to sell this, but just kind of notice that there is a little bit of a concentration here at the beginning of the month.
Look at Tesla here, 332. We're still seeing calls get bought here. 340 I'm seeing on the calls. Did see some hood 120 puts. That's actually some pretty decent size there. 173K on that trade. 200 contracts. I almost call them Contis.
I agree with you, Born. I think BNPL is just a horrible
Me too.
decision. And at some point, it's going to come back to bite a lot of those folks that use it.
You know what, though? There is one thing that we have to keep in mind with the buy now, pay later stuff. And I didn't know this until I was forced into opening an Affirm account. When I got my new phone, it's 0 interest, and I use the Affirm payment plan for it. There's 0 interest, and my monthly payment is like $28 or whatever for the phone. So it's really, really good. We need to separate things like that phone with 0 interest to things like splitting up some food order into multiple payments and things like that. I agree with the general premise that buy now, pay later is going to hurt people, but there are still some buy now, pay laters that really aren't that bad, don't have interest attached to it, and don't really pose a long-term problem of more than like $1,000 if you can't pay it. But I'm trying to play devil's advocate there because it's my first experience with Affirm, and it doesn't look all that bad. I wouldn't use it regularly. By the way, Apple continuing here. So our Apple moved to the highs. That breakout over 215, absolutely glorious so far. 222, remember 233, your next upside target there.
Ray, yes, I'm actually still in bull. Still looking for, and I mentioned when it was moving up towards 16 recently, I think this week, that we were going to start to see some chop. And we're getting a little bit of that now. So I still believe that we can end up seeing 18 and possibly even 20. But I think we could get some chop here before we make our next move up. So just waiting for some of that to happen. Now, one thing that keep in mind, that Brian, if you would do, actually, you already perfect. You got it. I drew a trend line here from, I think this is Wednesday when it hit 16. 1614 was the high that day. We've got a pre-market high the following day, and then today you already got it. Perfect. So this is the trend line I'm watching for a breakover. If we can take this out, then I think we're going to start to see that movement towards 18. So just something I'm watching for here with bull.
Yep, good stuff. Christoph, have yourself a great weekend. Amanda here, this is kind of what I was just talking about, but a different application. This hits. We use Affirm as payment methods in a healthcare company, and it works really well for us and the patients. And Amanda, that's kind of what I'm talking about. If it works really well and it's something like healthcare, like are those payments the ones that are going to get defaulted on? Probably not. If you're buying $250 Nike shoes or whatever brand shoes, probably more on that, maybe not so much on healthcare payments or even things like phones, which people need to get through their day. So another good piece of data there.
Soundhound coming back up to the session highs. 1379 is the high. We are currently at 1360. Maybe Groot, maybe, because it seems like you can just pretty much create anything and it'll be acceptable. I mean, look at all of these ETFs we have on the market now. I think it's kind of wild.
And they keep growing, 13. They really don't show signs of stopping.
No, and that's concerning. You have a whole bunch of if you have more ETFs than you have of underlying, then that's when one of those underlyings really starts to get hammered, it's going to take down a lot of the market.
LZ9 calls going off here. It's actually kind of a smaller trade. I almost wonder if this is a closing trade off this move here. LZ still at near the highs, and some calls flowing now.
Just remember, this is the one I pointed out that has the largest float of all the movers. I think it was like 125 million. So this price action is pretty much in line with what we were looking for here, with very little movement. I expect that as we approach that 10:30 time where the volume really starts to leave the market, we could see this begin its slow leak. So just some things to keep in mind with LZ. These large floats are very, very hard to get the movement you're looking for in these trades.
Okay, good stuff there. Gianos, please, arm guys. Hey, from Czechia. Well, hello to Czechia and all others that reside there. Let me, when my chart unfreezes here, let me bring up ARM. I actually think that this one's kind of an interesting spot as well. We really pulled back from this double top on the daily recently. This was back in July of 28. The big gap down here was on earnings. We lost the 50 in the process, but so far we have consolidated along the 200. So to me, this is fairly easy here. You'd be trading this against your 200. If you wanted to be a little bit more conservative, I would probably look at a stop right beneath that 100 day. But otherwise, for upside here, I've got 147, 151, and then the gap fill at 162 for possible upside targets here on ARM. Now, a lot of this is going to play into whatever your personal opinion is on the semiconductor industry and the tariffs that affect said semiconductors. It does look like, based on the trading action here today, sellers might be a bit exhausted, and you might be setting up for another up move here, ticker ARM.
Now, one of the things about this that led to the downside is what we've been talking about today. This reported earnings and their guidance had a midpoint in their range that was below estimates. It sells off. This is the theme that we're in with these earnings. So
yep.
I see that we are getting some support from the 200-day SMA. Ever since we dropped down here, we've been holding above that for, more or less holding above it. I think we had two closes beneath it yesterday and the day before, but now we are back above it again. If we can recapture 140, then I think we're seeing a turnaround. But I still think that we need to be cautious about where this is headed, because we did just recently sort of get a double top in July. And I'm a little concerned that we may just be getting a brief bounce here before we head lower. So just something to keep in mind.
The big thing about that guidance thing too is that when we're talking about the sellers being exhausted here, it's possible that all of that reaction to the guide, maybe it's kind of slowed down here. And this is kind of what I'm looking. I'd be looking for something similar in the trade desk, since we talked about that earlier, right? We want to see when those sellers get exhausted, then and only then really can we start talking about a tradable bottom there. We'll see if ARM is putting that in right now. You're welcome, Giannos.
You're getting
How's the weather over there in Czechia?
You're getting a little rebound here in ONDS. It's trying to recapture its VWAP. And then I saw somebody wanted to.
I think really quickly on ONDS, I think at this stage of the game here, there are two things we want to look for. Do we completely retrace and go green-red? Hopefully no. And then where do we end up closing here today? We had a number of folks give a bunch of really good levels. I think the closing print is going to be important.
There was another gentleman that wanted us to look at LRN,
Sure.
Stride Incorporated, and they popped above their 20 and 50-day SMA earlier this week, probably on earnings. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like it was earnings. And I don't. Okay, so they did have earnings beat. That was pretty good, but I don't see any guidance except for their expectation of 10 to 15% enrollment growth for Q1 of 2026. So that could be why it traded higher that day. It's since come back down, but it's getting support from around the 50-day SMA. So I would say as long as that moving average holds, which is going to be at about 140, you still could see some further upside. Now, if we do get that to hold and we do start to do this turnaround and go up and eventually take out 160, we have a trend that we can, a trend line we can draw that where we can infer the next potential resistance. If you start with the February high and draw it through the May high, both of this year, that's going to give you about 180 as your next resistance area in LRN.
Okay, I think I see exactly what you're talking about. I'm pretty sure it's right in here. Yep. That is in fact February, and here's the May high, and bang, bang, bang. And
then look where the price potentially runs up to. It's about 180. So I think that's going to give you a good resistance area if we do get that upside break over 160.
Good stuff there on LRN. You know, one other thing that might actually be impacting this is an online United States education company. American online educational company. It offers alternative programs to traditional on-campus schooling. It also operates state-funded visual charter schools around the United States and the educational programs for K through 12. So I almost wonder if this is going to become important with the whole school choice debate and thing that's going on right now.
It might be. I mean, if so, I would say to your point, Ryan, if you're going to try and trade this, pay attention to what the Department of Education, or if it's still around, is doing, and any news around that. Because I think, to your point, what happens there, and what Americans are faced with when when it comes to choice for education, this may end up being something that could do really well. And I don't know enough about LRN, but for the purpose of identifying a potential theme here, I would be looking at what's going on with the Department of Education for plays like this.
Okay. Okay, really good stuff. Really quick question here for Gianos. Is that Prague astronomical clock, is that as cool in person as it looks online and when I read about it? Let me know. Let me know if you've ever seen that thing in person. It looks awesome. It's one of the things I want to see in person if I ever visit Prague. Also, PAPL, I know Smoke Tuna was on this one early. PAPL continuing now another leg higher here on pretty good volume.
Remember this? Okay, so what is this thing doing? Because I remember, did this have news today? Because the last time it ran on July 31st, I don't think it had news. It ran up to it. It ran up to
I have no new news on this 13.
Okay, so let's just. I think it would be safe to assume that it's going to do something very similar to that day. And the last time it did it before that, which was July 23rd, I don't even know if they had news on that either, but they probably did. It runs up to its 200-day SMA, and then it gets rejected, and it comes back in. That's happened twice already. Let's see if it happens a third time.
Okay. Matt saying Prague is the most beautiful city in the world, in my opinion. Okay. Smoke Tuna says, I have seen it. It's nothing special. Damn.
What's he referring to?
The astronomical clock in Prague.
Oh, okay. And then Tess is mentioning Newegg. This is ripping.
And Neg.
Wow.
Again?
Look at this. It broke through our trend line. What is happening?
32%.
What happened here? I don't see any news except just the insider buy from Wednesday.
Remember, insider buy is only one reason you do that.
And it's not a small insider buy. 111,000 shares at 54.03. And it's got 17% of the float shorted. 1 day to cover, but still short interest. No news, knife on what, Gary? I'm sorry, I missed what you were discussing there. Hey, no problem, John. Absolutely.
Yeah, happy to do it. Happy to do it. Wow, Newegg, what a rip. What a rip.
Yeah, I wish I had some more information on why that is. This is, the same person, Angelica Galkin, this continues to buy up these shares, and she's been doing it for some time now. Have these insider buys going back to July. She did a lot of buying in July. I don't see her prior to that, so she's still really picking this up. Wonder what's going to happen here with Newegg.
Also worth noting that today we enter a 15 handle on the VIX. I believe it was the low 15s where we started to sell off from the last time, so it might be worth watching your VIX here today. See if 15 holds. Big B says Lily hunting lows about to break yesterday's low. So someone else had asked us about Lily early. We were on other things. We didn't really cover it. Here's a look at your Lily chart. And really good stuff here, Big B's. I know this thing bounced in the pre-market, but man, did it punish people that bought that bounce. A regular session here, this thing really just kind of held about 636, 637. Looks like we actually might retest some of those lows. Now, 13, I can't remember. Didn't you have an area here? I think we talked about 600, maybe 600 to 610 or 615 being the next possible spot to catch this.
Yeah, I think I did some kind of measurement, but let me
I think so too, but I just can't remember it. I don't want to speak for you.
Well, I do like that 600 area. I do.
Yeah.
I thought I saw something. You know what? Hold on a second. I think I know what it was. Okay. So yeah, I think this it may go below 600, but I'm looking at the weekly and monthly charts because they have the 200-week SMA at 554 and 53 cents, and the 50-month SMA at 538.52. So not too far away from each other in that consolidation area from September and October of 2023. So I think that's going to be a potential area where you're going to see support kicking if we don't get it earlier.
Okay. 600 and then below 600 there in terms of the levels there. Izzy, pounding the table here on Netflix. I did see you mention this earlier. Again, sorry we didn't get to it. Here's Netflix. Does look like this is kind of turning up. We did retake 12. So what are we thinking here? Is this time to load for a move to the highs on Netflix?
I'd say let's see what happens with that 50-day SMA. That's also a pretty interesting resistance area at about what is this 1225 ish.
If we get a close above this 20, that might set up there. 1230 is going to be your 50-day moving average, and then that high that we just spoke about, 1340s.
Yeah. And it's not a quick reversal here, so I do like how we're turning around more slowly. I think that's confidence building. But that 50-day SMA, really need to see what happens with that next. And we did, it's interesting. We got a really nice bounce off the 20-week SMA in Netflix. Really nice bounce if you want to take a look at that. These moving averages, they can be spicy.
Zach saying Netflix, time to forward split. Producer, maybe we should do a poll on a Netflix split. What do you think? Should Netflix forward split?
If they forward split into two, then your float's going to be like 800, almost 850 million. You got to remember, the rule of large numbers kicks in when you do these forward splits. And I'm kind of
we saw that on Chipotle, didn't we?
We saw that on Chipotle. We saw that on Nvidia. We see it on a lot of it. We saw it on Apple and Tesla. Yep. They eventually, they will turn around if they're good companies. But eventually, with those splits, they the law of large numbers kicks in. It makes it harder to trade because you have so much supply now.
Okay. Pull up, get your votes in. Producer, you are fast. He's got some fast fingers. Producer Michael over here. Gotta love it.
Soundhound still going for the new session highs, looking for 14 still. Got some sellers here at 1370 and 1375 that are in the way. Just took out 1370. Here comes 1375. They're trying to hammer it right now. Should Netflix split for its own good or ours? So it could be that if you're going to split Netflix, you're going to have cheaper shares that are going to be more affordable for people that aren't invested in this to start getting in. That's, I think, is going to happen. But you also have much more supply, and I feel like that's going to suppress the price action a bit. So it's a double-edged sword is what I would kind of call it. But eventually, it'll cut.
Producer, I absolutely love the energy here. The fast fingers feed off likes, so be sure to hit that like button. Love it.
Soundhound, right at the doorstep of the highs. This needs to take out 1380.
This might be a decent scalp above this level right here.
If we can get above it. Yes, sir. Strategy, this is getting mentioned earlier. We had a nice rally yesterday in this name. Then it came back in the pre-market. But here we are back up towards that actually a little bit higher than the high from yesterday. 406.45 is the current high. We backed off from that a little bit since then. But it still looks like we could print higher after Bitcoin had a big sell-off. Looks like the next resistance area is going to be at about 410 to 413.
Celsius. So that had a nice little impulse pop that took us above the pre-market high from yesterday. Dipped. Looks like it's recapturing VWAP right now. That's ticker CELH.
Billy's mentioning LZ.
That was one you had.
Yep, that's still over. It's the trend line that we drew. It's just, but see, here's the price action that we were kind of talking about this could do because of how large the float is. Not very, very big moves like these other movers are. Just slow grinding. And at some point, as soon as volume starts to die out, I think we're going to see that slow leak It's just the way that these large, floats will trade. And it's great that we got up to 1175, but it just moves so slow.
Amazon week today. Izzy, is Amazon a potential buy at 221 for a scalp? That is equivalent to yesterday's intraday lows. Yeah, right down here, 221. This is a buy area for a scalp, Izzy, if we get back down here. I know it might take most of the morning to trade back down here. I almost wonder if it'll lose any strength if it does get down to this level. Let me know what you think about 221 as a buy zone, AMZN.
Yeah, VHV, it did, but it didn't right away. It sold off. It took some time. That's
we're used to that, right?
Yeah.
When you have big names that are very, very highly owned, when they split and all of a sudden folks have a ton of shares, it might be time for a portfolio rebalance.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a sell after that. By the way, Soundhound right up at 1379 here. I'm not in it. I'm not playing it. I'm kind of watching it, but something to think about there. We see this in a lot of these bigger names that are very highly owned, right? Right after they split, they got all these shares, maybe sell some of that, rebalance your portfolio. The stock price takes a dip for a little bit. But if that company is strong and still executing, that dip is going to get bought over time. And I think that the example that you're listing here of NVIDIA did exactly that. Apple too comes to mind. That's exactly what Apple did. Izzy, 220.50 for the scalp level on Amazon. Appreciate you, boss. We'll keep that in mind here today.
Walmart too. So it might be just, this gives you several things to think about with regard to, should I, buy this pre-split or should I buy it post-split? There's different things are going to happen with both. So just know that what has happened before with some of these other large companies that we were just mentioning, where they've gone through splits. Initially, they're going to sell off. You're going to have portfolio readjustments, like Ryan was saying, and you're going to have other buyers that don't own it step in at some point, and it's going to start to take the stock back up. So I think it just bears worth exercising some patience and looking at what's happened historically with some of these other companies. The same movement.
And you're right, 13, because it's not always a guarantee, too, right? Like we had that on Chipotle. It split. People took profit, but the buyers never really returned, at least not yet, to Chipotle. And I think we might need something else there.
Mm-hmm. So Soundhound's still having a hard time with that 1380 area. Yep. And there is a large concentration of sellers, and it's, I still like the movement we were getting today. It was really good when it first moved back up through the VWAP, but it's going to slow down here, and we are 5 minutes away from 1030, where volume really does start to leave the market. Bull is really coming in after hitting that trend line that I had you draw.
More LZ calls, by the way.
Looking for 15 in Bull to kick in as support. And then let's see what else are the movers doing today. Real is not looking real good right now. That lost its 200 EMA on a drop back down from VWAP. Looks like it's trying to recapture it. I'm not confident that it will. Needs to get back above 660. A lot of these names starting to bottom out. It looks like SPR use is trying to do that as well. But unless we can recapture some of these smaller EMAs, I'm not sure I want to touch this yet.
Izzy mentioning Joby here. Guys, let's just re-examine how great was the call from Derek Oldensmith from T3 on Tuesday morning. Right here. His call literally right here that this is probably a short, right around 21. Such a good call here. We got a producer remind me to give him a victory lap the next time we have him on. That was unbelievable. Izzy's asking here, do you think that this provides entry yet?
No.
Okay. I see why he's asking, because this 1650 does kind of look like a level, but 13 giving it to you straight there. No, not yet. And in fact, I almost wonder if 1550 is in the cards here.
Yeah, this loss of the 20-day SMA after bouncing off of the previous day, that I think could signal some more downside ahead. I think it bears worth watching what happens at the $16 level. But I feel like this still could come in some more. It's not looking great right now. I think I'd be patient. There is going to be a time to pick this up, but I don't believe that it's right now. We still have the rest of the day to see how this candle is closing too.
That's true.
And if it closes similarly to how it looks right now, that's very bearish. And I think you could see some more downside on Monday.
Zach here saying Joby back to 10.
Okay.
And actually, if we zoom out on this chart a little, I don't even know if I can. Yeah, 10 right down here. That is a level, Zach.
Mm-hmm.
That is a level.
And you might get a bounce at the 50-day SMA, just like you got a bounce at the 20. So there's some more bounce levels on the way down. But this move, so if we lose 16, look at the price action that we got back in the middle of July that took us from 12 up to 16. It only happened over 3 days.
Yeah. So, and this is what Mark says. There's not a lot of trading in there.
Yeah,
that's exactly it. 13.
So be careful. If we lose 16, we could see some real nastiness here, and that's why I think with Joby, I'd want to wait to see some solid support.
BTAI, did Mazur? Were you asking about this one earlier? I know
somebody's been talking about it this morning. I forget who, but
yeah, I'm gonna scroll back here real quick. Crimp Biscuit, BTAI. So Crimp Biscuit was mentioning this one. I could have sworn Mazur asked us, please, can you take a look at BZAI? For heaven's sakes, Mazur, my bad. BZAI. You said it had good news yesterday, but tanked.
Did it? Let's see here.
Doing more of a tank today, to be honest.
Don't have earnings until next week, next Thursday. Give me 1 second to just read some of this.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're going to have to go through this PR. I know you stamped your seal of approval on this being good news, but I didn't actually read this one, and I'm not ready to say that without giving myself some more context here. I'll let 13 do that since he's already on it.
Yeah, I think when it comes to something like this, just be careful right now because the cues are showing some real weakness in their momentum, like it's deteriorating. So I think this could come down with a lot of tech names. So I'm not sure that I'd necessarily be a buyer of this right now. And what was the news that it had yesterday? That it unveiled Blaze AI platform engineered to efficiency.
Yeah, see, I don't know what that platform does. I don't know how that's going to translate to revenue to the bottom line. Like I have questions about that.
Oh, yeah, that's a ugly last quarter that they had. Lost 147 million on their income statement. Soundhound just blasted through 1380. I just had
there it is. Yep, right through it. Popped right through it too. Clearly, that was repressing the price.
And then I see that there's some Form S's they filed at the end of July, beginning of August. So there could be some kind of capital raise coming here. I think I think I'd wait on this one, to be honest. With earnings coming up, with those Form S's filed that I really haven't read, I think I'd look into this some more to get an idea of where this is going. But I'm pretty confident saying this is going to head lower before it goes higher.
Soundhound more now. Little bit of size up here at 1390, and they're hitting 1389 right now. Actually, that might be an iceberg there at 1389.
ONDS. Do I have a trend line? I thought I had. Well, I did actually. Yes, we've since broken above it. I mean, this trend line goes back years, like to 2021.
VVPR bull flagging, FYI. I'm going on this though. No reason to stop.
And this trend line was broken back in June, at the end of June, and then we back tested it, and now we're off. So that's the trend line that I have now. To the upside, no, I do not. I would for now, I would just be leaning on horizontal levels, and 4 is the next one. We've already came close to that, so got a rejection there already.
395 is one of your upside spots here for today, and actually there was pretty decent volume up to the 383 level. It looks like, so that might be resistance again.
Gil Sharpa, that syntax only works when markets and mayhem is here. You can ask me about Archer, though. I have no problem answering.
What syntax did he use? Enable analysis. Oh yeah, we're not AI, so
yeah, but he is. All right, so let me look at Archer then. I'll give you my opinion.
I'll bring it up here for you. I'll give a visual aid for it.
Okay, so this, this is kind of also trading to the downside, similar to Joby, but there is a trend line that I think may help provide support. I have this drawn from the high of May this year through the high of June. And if you just keep drawing it, we bounced off of this trend line on August 1st. And now it looks like we're going to come down and test this again. And that may even also come this the same day that we test the 200-day SMA. I think that if we're going to look for any kind of spot to provide support, it's going to be that 200-day SMA area. I think at around $8.75 to $9, I think is where you're going to see support. So we'll end up seeing if that's what happens here. I'm not a buyer with on this right now, but if it comes in some more, I think I certainly will be. It does look like Joby, kind of. Yeah, it's down today, but it's not like Joby in the sense that it had a massive breakout run. It hasn't done that move yet. It just looks like it because it's coming in.
VVPR, this still looking pretty good up here. I know it's found some resistance at 5, but it's still holding higher. Might try to go through that still.
All right, so I think we're going to get our question answered here with Soundhound pretty soon. Does it break over 14 or does it reject?
1389 is your high print, or excuse me, 1398. Reverse that.
Yeah, right there, folks. Now, legal zoom starting to go sideways. I almost call it landing zone, but I know it's legal zoom. 1175 still the high, and we are right there at that price right now. Seeing sellers build up at 1180 and 1182. Looks like we are getting a little bit of a turnaround in MRM. It has recaptured its 200 EMA, but this is very, very slow moving. And we are past that 1030 mark where volume does leave the market. So let's be mindful of this time now when we're if we're going to do any trading, we may not get the follow through we're looking for with these trades.
The other thing here is that we went right to that level here. This is actually where we fell yesterday. So the SPY was green earlier. We got the jobless claims print. We kind of held in there, but right from the open, we lost this area, 637 on SPY, and traded down to 630 at the low before finally closing around 630, just shy of 633. So this spot here might be pretty important if we're going to try and move higher.
I saw that Big of Ease was trading UNH, and to me, this still looks like it's going to head lower. I feel like this is just a bit of consolidation. Like it looks like a bull pennant. I'm sorry, not a bull pennant, a bear pennant. This looks like we're just consolidating before we make our next move lower. I would need to see a close and a hold above 250 for me to change my mind about that.
Take care of yourself, Lion. Enjoy your weekend.
Take care, Lion. Ryan, Uber knife. Let's look at Uber.
Let's do it.
Okay, so kind of a near rejection of this trend line that we have drawn here. Another name that's going red to green days, red days, green days, red days, green days. Nice reversal. That looks like it could almost be considered a tri-star doji reversal that happened at the beginning of August. Now, as long as we hold these slower moving averages, particularly the 50, I still think we could break over the trend line that we have drawn there.
Yeah, I think this 87.5 area was your pretty good loading zone.
Yeah, I'd say let's keep an eye on that 50-day SMA. We want that to hold. I do like the reversal that we had at the beginning of August. I think that that's a great signal that we could get some more upside, but I feel like we are going to get a lot of back and forth as we make our way up towards 100. So take care, James. Have a good one.
Take care, James.
Shimano looks better.
Really quickly, let me just follow up here with Izzy. Izzy, what are you looking to buy on an Uber pullback? Are you waiting all the way to this 86 or what area do we have here? 87 area? Or are you buying more at 90? What are you thinking here for entry on Uber? Just curious. PAPL, I know that's getting talked about a lot here. Saw that ran. I didn't really see any good entry spot on this unless you were early on it, and I was not. Here's what PAPL looks like. Smoke Tuna saying, be careful with this one. Oh, no, Ryan. You got to get the right ticker in there, dude.
Yeah, and this is one I was mentioning earlier about how we could see a repeat of every time that this goes on a run, especially when it hits the 200-day SMA. It just rejects and comes right back in. Be careful with PAPL, folks. I think you did get some really good moves out of the gate here, but don't overstay your welcome in this one. Make sure you guys are paying yourself, and we'll find some more stuff on Monday to trade. It's a lot of these day trades we do not want to be holding on to.
And Izzy here, thank you for the answer there. 89 looks to be your entry level there on Uber. I'll keep that in mind as well. I'll learn with Moses. When will Matt Maley be back on your show? That's a good question. I don't know. We had a scheduling conflict that, like an ongoing one that kind of erased his spot. We had trouble finding another spot for him. So I'll keep you updated on that. I'd love to have him back. But as far as I'm aware, nothing on the docket right now.
Yeah. Great having him on.
Yeah.
Okay, what is looking good? Anybody want to take a look at something here? I'm kind of just waiting to see.
Apple looks good. Apple above 223 actually looks like it might have some more juice in it here. SoundHound I still think looks good, especially if we can get it back above 14.
Apple juice, you say, huh?
Apple? Did I say apple juice? Really?
No, you said it looks like it has more juice left in it. So
I gotcha.
Bilger wants to look at
KO.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's look at Coca-Cola. I thought they had some news recently that sounded good, but let's see what we got here. So this backed off after hitting this 74 and change high here. 74.38 was the high. Recaptured VWAP just recently, yesterday. We're still trading above it. I have an area here at about 71.20 that I marked off the last time I was invested in this. So that it kind of is about the mid-range of this consolidation from last year and this year when the price was trading up here again. So I think that we could see some maybe some sideways price action once we get over 71. And it still could go higher. But I feel like with this consolidation that we have here from 2 separate years, this is going to be a bit of a tough area for the price to move through. So just keep that in mind as we're looking for more upside here. So, above 71 gets a little tight for this stock price to maneuver through.
All right. Good stuff there on Coke. Let's take a look here at Tesla. Let's see what's going on here with Tesla. Tesla, oh, wow, we did take some more new highs here, 334. But I'll tell you what, Tesla's been a rager here today. We talked with Mark about this, and remember, I don't remember exactly what his values were on the lines that he had drawn, but I'm pretty sure he had one up here about 340. And then we talked about these other potential levels, 360, maybe even 366. So Tesla here, I think it's very, very clear. Here's the other thing. We talk a lot about trend lines on this show. Here is a trend line that we are currently moving through here today. Mm-hmm. So perhaps now we're changing the direction here on Tesla. If so, I like 340, 360, 366 as your next 3 areas of resistance.
Yeah, I got 360 marked off here still. Let me look at something real quick here because I have another trend line that we potentially are running up to. Let's look here real quick. 1 second. Bear with me, please. Bear with me. So there was a previous support trend line that I drew that was eventually broken beneath in July. If you start by drawing from I guess you could start from the April 21st low and draw it through the June 4th low. And if you keep it going, you can see how the price has interacted with this trend line. And now we are coming right back up to it. And if we hit that today, it looks like we could make a print of pretty close to 345 if we hit this trend line today.
It was this low from June, right? Yeah. There you go.
Just something I'd be keeping an eye on with that. Because the price action we've had here has, it's changed the price directions. So I think that this is certainly worth watching, especially on July 28th. It tapped this after losing the 200 day SMA. It came back up, recaptured it, hit this trend line, got rejected right back beneath it. So I think this trend line here is going to be important to watch for.
Warren, take care of yourself, man. Really good stuff this week. We appreciate all of the kind words. Awesome job hitting your goal early in the morning. Enjoy your day and weekend, my guy.
Thank you, Warren. Have a good one. Take care and have a good weekend.
Has to break. Thank you, Tess. Has to break 332 to confirm uptrend. And Tess, I think what you're saying there is that when it has to break it, it has to close above that. We're currently at 333.5. But to your point, I think we need to close above 332 to really kind of reverse that trend.
What's up? Oh, you're on. Okay.
Yeah, no, well, I was stretching a little bit here. I'm just trying to get ready for golf here today.
Looks like SPRU is trying to come back from the dead here, still in this parallel channel to the downside, making its way back up towards VWAP. We need to see more volume in this, and being that it's already past 10:30, I'm not sure we're going to end up seeing that. Maybe there's an illiquid move coming that takes us up there, but I think it's a good idea to keep your expectations tempered at this time of day. It may trade better later on. We have seen some of these movers come back from the dead later on in the day when volume starts to return, but right now it's not looking that great.
Soundhound right back onto that high spot. It is still 1398 that we need to get above, but Soundhound not giving up just yet on a potential move higher here. BTAI getting mentioned by several folks in the chat. BTAI has the trend of a flush, so always be careful. That's from Smoke Tuna. It is holding strong here. Good stuff here. 440 seems to be the spot on BTAI.
For Soundhound, 14 has a massive amount of sellers in the way there now. This is really building up as a strong resistance area. Now, it's going to take a lot more volume to get through this level here. And like I was just saying, I don't think that we're going to see a lot of that. Still possible, but it might happen later on. It's not moving as much as it was earlier this morning.
Hello, Wisdom. Thanks for the kind words. Hopefully you are well. You're retired? This retirement thing is more work than I expected. You have a honey-do list, don't you? You have a daily one that refreshes every day.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised you didn't come on earlier when we were talking about
MSOS.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we made it green at the end when I talk about MSOS, but yeah. So Soundhound might be ready for a big move. Okay, let's see that move through 14. It's we got to see that build up in volume. I just don't see that it's getting enough volume quite yet. It needs to be in the millions of shares, and we're still in the hundreds of thousands right now. Still have 4 minutes, 15 seconds left in this candle, but yeah, he does have a to-do list.
I know.
Charles is saying that MU has been killing it. This is one that we had a discussion about yesterday that may end up, it looks like it's already turned around. This could end up being on a recovery, especially with that information that Mark Zeman was giving us yesterday about how we might see AI use more on the memory side than the GPU side going into the future here. So that could bode well for Micron.
Lambo rolls. Everyone is waiting for the results of the BTAI stage 3 trial, so it feels like it's going to keep trending higher until the results are out. That tracks for me, Lambo. And you know what? Part of me wonders if that's just going to be a sell the news event regardless. I guess if they have really, really good data, it would probably pop on that.
Now, what information do we have on when they could potentially announce that?
We'd have to look up the pipeline for that, wouldn't we? I don't know what it is off the top of my head.
Well, there's some filings that we'll usually discuss when they expect that to the result to be in. I mean, they also might have a lot in their pipeline as well. I want to say that they do. Let's look at their pipeline on their website. They have several things. Okay, so which one did you say this was for? Which particular drug? The phase 3. So which trial though? Because there's several of them. There's the IGL MI compound. You have BXCL 501, BXCL 502, 503, and 504. Now 502, 503, and 504, they are still preclinical. And there's two of the BXCLs that are in 501. They're in phase 3. So you could be looking at a phase 3A and a phase 3B with this one. So
later this month, says Lambo.
Okay, cool. All right. And which one is that going to be for? Is that the Serenity program or the Tranquility program? Because I think that's going to also matter. It looks like Serenity because that one might be further along.
Apple new highs. PAPL 550 looks to be your next spot. Boy, this thing has been great today. I tell you what, that VWAP pullback, hold, consolidation, launch, that worked here. PAPL. MRM, boy, that rejected at the trend line. That got you nothing here. Soundhound still up near this area. Tell you what, we do need it to move through this area. We do risk a knife back towards the VWAP. That's down there at 1344. So you're looking at a possible 50-cent downside move if we can't get above this level in due time.
And a lot of these names they're struggling right now, and I think it was still a pretty good morning that we had. Let's not ruin it. I mean, look at LZ, this slow grinder, very slow mover, large float, but here we are.
That was a good mention though this morning. 13.
The movement or
LZ, just LZ in general. I didn't have it on my list because the volume was still light in the pre-market, but you flagged this one early. Trend line break. This thing has been staircasing higher since then. It's good stuff, and I still think 12 is the level that we challenge here today.
Okay, I won't disagree with that. It certainly looks like it could still go up there, but I at some point that float's going to come back to bite it, and I think we'll see some slow moving downside. Now that trend line that we drew, that's going to be another support level in addition to the EMAs that we also use and the VWAP. But same thing still applies. I feel like we could see some more downside with how heavy that float is.
Real quick here, I'm actually I didn't get permission to do this, so I hope he doesn't care, but I'm gonna do it with you guys anyway. One of my buddies who's a trader, very, very sharp guy, very, very sharp guy, says, I like AIP under 10. Had that AMD deal and then negative earnings reaction. This basically sent us all the way back to where it was. AIP. Just sharing it with you as I get it here. And I know you guys were asking about Matt Maley. It looks like he's taking a new lotto here for the August puts. Oh, but that's for today. Yeah, forget that. Those are 2 0 DTE trades. Never mind. We can't. I mean, you could trade those if you want, but I don't think that we can infirm anything for that.
So what happened here with AIP? Because I see that there was a lot of insider selling yesterday.
So they had earnings here recently, and they popped on these earnings and then came all the way back in. And they had a deal with the AMD.
Okay.
Analyst warns
because in speaking to that theme we talked about how they needed to have companies have blowout guidance in order to go higher. This thing went higher, and it didn't really have, in my opinion, blowout guidance. It kind of was. It gave it narrowed their guidance range, and it seems like that range is still about where the estimates are. So, not really a blowout. So I guess this may be just, overdue pullback. But that insider selling has me, questioning if there was something else coming here that we just haven't.
Yeah,
seen.
Joseph's asking if this insider selling was pre-planned, and I don't have an answer for that. Looking at the actual transactions themselves, these do look like trims. These don't look like a lot. Like the guy, just looking at a couple of, I don't know who they are, but this top one here, this person or group owns 9.8 million shares. They just sold 50,000. That's someone buying a suit, guys.
Okay, but the thing is here that I get that point. That's totally correct. When we see selling, it could be for anything. But with that news that AMD is so good, why aren't we seeing any buying?
Yeah, that's fair point. And look, here's the other thing. Like, so they report this earnings. The market rewards them. and it comes all the way back in, and it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of juice here. I don't know. Like I said, this is not one that I've been following. I know we talked about this the day that it had that pop there on the earnings, but said smart guy whose opinion I value really likes it.
Okay. No, I'm not trying to.
No, I get it. I don't have a position. I totally get it. I'm just trying to share ideas at this point. It's a Friday. We're almost out of here in a few minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Downhound broke 14. Boom.
It did. It's up at that level that I mentioned as a resistance level earlier. The 1410 to 1450 area. We're at 1417 is the high, and we have more resistance at 1420. That with this momentum could probably take that out as well. Next level I have to the upside that has resistance is going to be $15 flat.
And Google, by the way, we talked about that crossing 200. Izzy, I think you said 215 potential target there on Google. Well, guess what? 215 calls, 500 block of 215 calls, and these are for the August weeklies. So it's saying in the next 20 days. In the next 20 days, Google likely to make a $15 move based on that print there. More hood puts coming in. We talked about that being near the high. VKTX calls sweeps 50s and 40s. Almost wonder if that was part of a spread.
All right, thank you, Lambo, for clarifying that. It's a BXCL 501 completed trial. But remember, I said there were two. Okay, so there were two trials that they're going on with this: the Serenity and the Tranquility program. You said it's for the bipolar disorders. That's the Serenity program. That's one that's furthest along. So that wraps that up. Thank you. So yeah,
take care, Big Dave.
Phase 3 trial results for BXCL 501 for the Serenity program should be coming this month, says Lambo. Let's keep our eyes out for that. Let me actually look at the
Soundhound pushing. Sorry, 13. Soundhound pushing, and it has a bid under it. Just took 1420. I think there might be some more room left here in Sound. SOUN.
Where could this end up going to here? I see how with BTAI we could see movement all the way up to 8, and in other circumstances I could see it going all the way up to 12. That would be my big two resistance areas if we get that news and the stock flies on it. The float is 5.5 million, so that's what we're looking for in terms of size there. Thanks, Lemmo. I think this is something we should keep an eye on as a potential mover for later this month. Thank you. Take care, Dave. Big Bear Hug saying goodbye, SPY. We getting a pull here in SPY?
No, I mean, it's rolling a little bit, but this is basically just kind of slowing down after the move higher. I wouldn't be ready to say that this is goodbye yet. I don't know. That's just me. There's a lot of time left in the day. I mean, we didn't even give up the VWAP yet.
All right. So, I mean, we're still repeating the same pattern here. I mentioned it to you yesterday in happy hour, how like we have a red day and then we have a green day. The green day will open inside the body of the previous day's candle and close higher than the previous day's open. That's happened so far, and we are still getting that today. So in order for this trend to continue, we need to close above yesterday's open, which was 636 and 24 cents.
Tommy's asking. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, if that trend is going to continue.
Tommy's asking if we have any thoughts here on BMNR. Impressed by the move here earlier. I don't have any thoughts on a new position on this. I'm not chasing any of these crypto treasury strategies. I will say intraday action looks like a 48 break to the upside. You probably test 50 on this one.
Big Bear Hug. Great mention about the 637. Let me tell you why I like that area. Yes, yesterday when we opened, we did have higher prints in the pre-market. I get that, but we went up to that area. The high was 636 and 98 cents, just a couple cents away from 637. Why do I like that?
Sorry, really quick. CGC is popping here real quick. Looks like it's on news. Go ahead, 13. I'll see if I can figure out what's going on.
I like that 637 area because the highest closes that we have in the SPY all time are going to be at about 637. The close from Friday, July 25th, that was 637 and 637 and 10 cents. The close the following day was 636 and 94 cents. So you have about 16 cent difference there, but still around 637. And we have not closed above that since. So those two closes right in that area, I think, make 637 a very important level that the price needs to get over if we're going to see more upside in SPY.
All right, guys, this CGC pop, I'm not sure what this is. They did report earnings here before the market opened, so maybe it was just a delayed reaction to that. But man, it happened on volume here. I don't see anything out there. I didn't see anything squawked, at least per the transcription. I don't have the squawk on right now, so not really sure. But we talked about MSOS earlier. Interesting to see CGC moving now.
Sector move. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, it's fine. You're right. And actually, someone else had mentioned Tilray earlier. Let's see. Tilray's a penny stock now, but let's see if that's moving.
ACV is up over 7%.
Yeah. So this whole thing is moving here. And like I was saying earlier, I think the best way to play cannabis is probably via the ETF route. And no, Wisdom, you shouldn't just roll all your cannabis up and smoke it. You should look for the ETF. We're trying to make some money here, not spend money.
Yeah, I think that you're right about that, Big Bear Hug. We're getting some de-risking for the weekend because this has been a time of uncertainty. And there could be some big news that comes over the weekend. As a matter of fact, what do we know about what's happening this weekend that we can prepare ourselves for next week? Because it always seems like there's some kind of news coming, and then it happens. Hey, thanks a lot, Kevin. You take care.
Yeah, take care of yourself, Kev.
Thinking you'll finish around 6:32 today? Okay.
All right, 13. That's it for today. Really good stuff this week. You outdid yourself as you normally do. We're going to go to Anne Marie next here. You got any closing words for the group for us here today? And yet another good day.
Yeah, we had a great week. It's a start to a great month, folks. I love coming back here and trading with y'all and looking at these things and trying to figure out why they're moving and how we can make money off them. Let's come back here again next week. Let's do it all over again. Let's make that money, and we'll have a great time. Take care, folks. Enjoy your week, and I'll see you on Monday. Bye-bye.
Sounds good. 13. My doctor told me I was going deaf, and I got to say, that was hard to hear. Have a good one, 13. We'll talk to you next week. All right. I love the face that you make now. You're just kind of waiting for it. That's good stuff.
Yes, I am. Take care, guys.
All right. 13's departure leaves room for Anne Marie. We'll go ahead and check in on that now. Anne Marie, happy Friday. How are you?
I'm well. My apologies for it looking like I'm in a cave.
Is it raining outside or something?
It's gloomy, but not too bad.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see what we got here today. We've had kind of a wild week of earnings. We can go any direction. I don't have anything lined up for you here today. If you wanted, I do have, we can look at some earnings here for next week if that's what you want to do. If you want to update existing trades, that's fine. Or if you have a post-earnings trade, all of that on the docket here. Let me know which way you want to go.
You know, my thought was we could probably do all of those things, but my thought was, let's see if Trade Desk has.
That's perfect. You know what?
Yeah.
That is a great way to start. Someone was asking. We've actually had several people ask where the bottom is in Trade Desk. I'm not surprised that you outdid yourself already. Let's do that. Let's start with TTD.
Just want to say thanks to Tom. I try to bring sunshine wherever I go, even if
she does. I can confirm, by the way, Anne Marie distributes sunshine. So.
All right. So let's take a look at Trade Desk. And then, of course, we can also look at Meta holding this gap after earnings. I think that's very interesting. Dips certainly look like potential buying opportunities there, but let's take a look at Trade Desk first.
Okay. So
this had an absolutely horrific gap. That's almost, I would say it's almost the biggest gap they've had, but not really. It has a tendency to have shocking behavior at earnings. So this might be something for us to put in our little brain box here to say, it might not be a bad idea to do some really wide condors with very short time frames on them to see if we can do this next season. So I find this to be very interesting because it does have a tendency to create these monster gaps in either direction in the earnings formations. And so if we take a look at this, the big thing to stare down is all of this volume accumulation that occurred before the last earnings event. And now we sit at the base of the formation. So we almost have a binary event. One, it collapses and falls dramatically down into the lower support area, about, maybe even 10% lower easily. I would see a $5 move there, not unreasonable. And the potential that we pop back up into 60, which is the old area of clear resistance for the price. So let's see what we can do cheaply there to give us opportunities in September. All right, so one, if we fade into that 47.50 area, we could say to ourselves, hey, why not see if I can get some kind of cheap butterfly? I don't remember which one. Oops, that's not the right one. 47.50, 40. That's still expensive, because then we would have to go to 32.50, and that'd be 83 cents. So my thought might be, if you're thinking about ye old crash and burn on the horizon, that it might be a fair idea. No, that back ratio will still be. I'm trying to find a way for us to get a credit into the end of September on the put side. If we bounce on the call side, still a 10% move. They're pricing only $8. So if we go where they price, but just above it, we could do the 57.50 to 62.50. This is a back ratio on the call side that only costs 4 pennies and uses $600 of margin, which is less than the average spread. So what this does is, if it bounces, just so long as it doesn't break 62.50, we can essentially pay 4 cents for a $500 move to the upside. Because seasonality is generally sideways to negative, the probability, statistically speaking, sits in our favor here, spending that $4 exposure for a potential $500 upside move. My thought is it might give us $250 as it stretches into 60 and then gives back, but virtually very little exposure. The way you want to help yourself out with that is set an alert for this 62 area. And if it pops up above there, just cut and run, right? Just cut and run, and you'll be in great shape. It's got a reflexive bounce action event. I can't find anything on the put side, simply because
it got slaughtered already.
Train,
yeah.
If this is a runaway train, you don't want to be short puts. And so if it follows this trend, you might say, well, why don't I just pick up the 42.50 puts and for 50 cents and see if that does what it's been doing in the past. So a nice two-way trade there. Relatively little exposure, fairly high reward action event for some measure of reflexive action in a bounce or, a continuation fade.
Okay, I threw both of those, the put fly and the calls on the back ratio in the chat there, so you should have no trouble with
Are
that.
you seeing these okay? Should I
Yeah,
try to?
yeah. There's been no slowdowns here. It is a little small. I can still see them, but
Yeah,
I just figured I'd assist by throwing those in the chat there.
Yeah,
But
let's do this. I tried to have it up, but let's go. Oh, I bet this is going to be gigantic. What?
it actually looks great on the stream. I'm not gonna lie. It looks really good on the stream. It's much more clear.
All right, super. Okay, so let's go back to Market Watch and see what else we've got going on. Definitely a risk on day, right? A little bit of a hassle with real estate because, the Bank of England lowered rates last night and we're still sitting in the same, and that's going to be a little bit of a currency mishmash, and that's going to force rates intraday to move up. But, it is what it is. But it does look like pretty solid risk on. I'm concerned about the volume of this risk on formation. It feels a little light. But what else would you like to look at?
Okay, well, here's some ideas. First of all, I'd like to go to the chat for this one, so let me know what you think. But on Monday after the close, Anne-Marie, we've got 3 stocks that are let's call them popular traders that report earnings. Okay, we've got ticker ASTS, AST Space Mobile, OKLO, the small nuclear reactor stock, and Archer, the eVTOL stock, ticker ACHR. So I think we can go with probably any one of these. There seems to be a lot of traders that trade these pretty actively, and with earnings coming up on Monday after the close, seems like it's a good time for that. Sarah, it looks like, would also like to take a look at CrowdStrike. So maybe we could take a look at that one.
All right,
too.
let's try Oklo because
perfect.
I have some exposure here. So we have earnings on Monday, as Ryan said, after the close. It's in a very solid trend. It's on a solid trend without a tremendous amount of readings saying that it's oversold. So that's good. It's sitting in a space where dips are buys. The question is, are we staring down something that's a little long in the tooth? Now, we popped right into the 1618 resistance area and pulling back. So we should consolidate with support action. Any kind of dip coming into 71 should bounce. It's got very strong seasonal motion into the end of the year. And so, dip buying should be ideal. So let's condition ourselves to look at this in the 2 ways. One, we have a position. Let's do September. That's good. All right. So we have something that says dips or buy zones. We could do a couple of things that say, all right, this is going to be great. We can do, let's see what the vol is, $21. Oh my.
Now that's saying it looking like it's going to change $21.50 by the end of September or September 19th, right?
Oh, yes. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, let's go to 28,000 calls to 15,000 puts. So very skewed.
Yep.
So let's take a peek at the 15th. They're looking at $11.
Okay, that's more manageable.
That's a pretty big
a healthy move. Yeah.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, more than 10%. So let's go down here and say, if it is 10%, then $87 is what they're looking at. So we could go 85, 95, 105 on the butterfly. if we're looking for that expansion into the next space. Let me steer this chart down one more time. 100. So we know that the grind up to the big fat round number is what's on approach for Oclo. This is the general supposition. When it gets close here, the pullbacks are buy zones. If you're buying something into earnings that you're going to quickly snap out and get out of, what have they done in prior events? Gap up and then go sideways for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
and then another
7
gap
days, and then gaps up and then gives it all back, and then gaps down and recovers. So a little bit of a crapshoot here in terms of what it does. My thought is, if we lean on one side of it, pre-earnings, this is a very nice upside pressure event for what we want to stare down. Now, what we have noticed is that unless they absolutely blow the doors off of things, reactions have not been good in general. And so if we do the same thing on the other side and we say, all right, let's say just inside 70, 60 is way too cheap. We could do 65 and then 60, but that's a really skinny butterfly. We're going to have to be pretty exact. Although I kind of like that area. I mean, it is support structure. And so you'd need to take it off quick time if it
That's
holds.
what I was going to ask you. When you have these that are a little bit more, let's call them narrow, or it's not spread as much, do you really, does the time frame matter less? You basically have to close that when that thing gets to 65.
Oh, yeah. I would close this when it gets to 70.
Okay, so you'd actually wait. Okay.
Because I don't think it's going to 65.
Gotcha,
See,
gotcha.
If it were me, I would ultimately choose the 70, 65 back ratio. Because I don't think it's going to 65.
Got you. Okay.
That being said, that's a crapshoot. Because if it ends up being a dumpster fire and you're not fully invested in the thought of, you know what, I'm okay if I get put to this stock. I'm okay, right? Now notice 60 to 50 is actually the break even if this thing collapses into 65. You'll make the 500 here, but then the 500 will leak away at twice the speed because there are two of them. So you would divide that $5 event in half and you would see 62.50 as your break even. And I am pretty sure that 62.50 would be a shocking move to the downside for this one.
Nonetheless, hope for the best, plan for the worst, it seems.
Exactly. So if you take this, realize, hey, I might get put to this stock. Am I okay with that? If you are, then you'll get put to 100 shares of it. But you'll also have $500 of cushion.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Good stuff there on Oklo.
I actually just talked myself into that trade.
Don't you love when that happens? That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Thanks, chat. Good stuff. All right, let's take a look at CrowdStrike. Maybe you can talk yourself into another one.
We'll do it. Wow. This is working a lot better on the PC
sure
than the
is.
Mac, isn't it?
Sure is. I think it's all about that CPU. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Now, really quick here, some context for CrowdStrike. And I don't know if you want to factor this in. I'm certainly not trying to anger anybody in the chat. CrowdStrike might have some problems on its hands. First of all, we just had Fortinet report earnings. Fortinet got smoked. All right. So one of its peers in the sector got real hurt on earnings. But CrowdStrike might have a real problem here because they're starting to dig back into some of the political stuff regarding the email servers. And it looks like CrowdStrike might get involved in this if this goes further. Now, I'm not going to make any predictions or take any sides on that. I'm simply saying, for the sake of this trade, there might be some political headwinds in the near future here, especially if some of these people start getting arrested. So I don't know if we want to factor that into the trade or not, but just know that that's kind of sitting out there. That's that meatball sitting out there.
Okay, so here is something very interesting. The highest volume candle occurred in the last earnings event, and it covers the range between 470 and 445. Now, I have become very focused on order flow and volume transaction in terms of how it affects price. I never used to do it. I would lean on my indicator so much more, but I have to tell you, my volume analysis is really reaping some incredible rewards. And here's what we notice. The low of this high volume area, traders knew they had to defend it. 1, 2, 3, 4, kaboom. This is a breakaway formation. And so the next test will be the area of heavy consolidation or the last high volume candlestick in the formation, which is almost $100 to the south. So that being said, this makes for a very interesting event in general. Now, first of all, we know half the world runs on CrowdStrike.
Exactly.
And so the very horrific dip that it had, golly, was that a year ago? Time just freaking
Yeah,
flies.
it was last summer when they grounded all those planes.
Yes, absolutely. And it got bought up over time. So my thought with CrowdStrike is, let's read what the social sentiment has. 12 neutral, 2 positive, and none negative. So this neutrality could easily mean, hey, listen, earnings could take us to the bottom of this last breakout zone that we can see from our Fibonacci at 400. So let's have a look. Let's see. It's been a hot minute since I've done CrowdStrike. Holy cow. This is good. Wait, what day did they report?
Sarah. I see. Yeah, you got it right there.
8/27.
Yep.
All right. So here we are. 8/27. So we would need to look to September. Man, this is moving so much better. I was really sweating it this morning. Thinking about making sure that it wasn't a dumpster fire for you.
No, it's good.
So,
it's real good. And like I said, I think it's just the CPU here. That's all. Yep. That's all it was.
So we could do the 480, 400, 380, 360 butterfly. It's got $2,000 of upside potential for $190 of exposure. Now, if you're thinking to yourself, I love that one. If you're thinking to yourself, no, it's CrowdStrike. What they're going to do is they're going to lollygag around here and they're going to move all the way back up here. That's perfectly fine. I wouldn't look very far away. I would consider the 450 to maybe 470. So let's have a peek at that. That's going to be a little bit more expensive because it's closer to being in the money. 450, 470, 490. If I got that right. Oh, it's actually cheaper. Isn't that interesting? Let's take a look at how many people are sitting in what kind of way. Ooh, almost even there. Interesting. A little bit more bullish, but that's to be expected. It is CrowdStrike. So for 300 and $350, you're looking at a potential $2,000 upside. Now, you have time on your hands. This could erode. You might say, hey, I'm going to choose one of each of these, let earnings go, watch where it comes into, and then I'll add to my position, because the price action should easily tell us, hey, if it gaps down, we've got a potential for a bounce. So I cover the puts and I add more calls, or we gap up and we're in a negative trend formation. So we gap up into the top of the last high volume area. We take off our long calls, and then we see if the puts can gather steam on the horizon. So that's, I actually like that approach very much.
Okay. All right. Great. Great stuff there on CrowdStrike. Jay also saying software in general has been acting horrible. All the earnings gaps are gone except for Oracle.
Interesting.
So just some more stuff in there.
Why do we suppose Oracle is outperforming?
I think it's got to be just on the AI angle, whatever they're doing, I would imagine. I'm just guessing.
Yeah. Momentum is, they're just trudging on. That's definitely by the dip.
Yeah.
But notice what's going on up here. This is typical August behavior. Look at this.
How crazy has it been that August has just been back and forth since the 1st?
I know. This is
we're a third of the way into
typical.
it.
Yeah. So if you're saying to yourself, hey, well, maybe I can do something here, put an alert for Oracle coming into 240, 242, and say, you know what? It's been bouncing there. I think I'll try a quick long up into the middle of the range. We make some really good money in sideways formations. We just have to be hyper vigilant about watching price.
Yeah, we just have to time it right. That's absolutely okay. Izzy here is suggesting Uber, and this is another highly traded stock. I know we've looked at it before, but I think it's been a while. So maybe let's take a peek at Uber again.
Uber. Their robo-taxi thing, did they have a robo-taxi article come out? Or
yes, they've had several things here. I can't remember how recently that is. Let me look that up for you. I'll do that work here for you. But really quick, one of the things that just jumps off this daily chart, we got a potential head and shoulders here, don't we?
It does look a little bit not too friendly. It does not have. That's very interesting. It's got a lot of social sentiment.
So here, really quickly, the most recent thing that I can find, Dari Khoswahari, the CEO, confirmed that the ride-hailing company is in active talks with private equity to try and fund a robo-taxi expansion.
Yes,
so here's one of the things I'm thinking about, though. I'm glad that he specified that he was going to the private equity markets to do this, but part of me wonders if they try and do a share offering or something like that.
Oh, I'm sure.
So I don't know, but so clearly they're trying to advance robotaxi. The CEO is literally telling you that he needs funding help for it. How they're going to end up getting that funding, I don't know, but that's where we're at with this.
Yeah, and so here's the question. Obviously, this is a big move, but very forward. So maybe it's something like, hey, listen, it's going to be a little wonky between August and September. And then, like the rest of the markets, end of September into October, November, December, very strong months. Rates probably going to come in. We're going to have ourselves some kind of, open bar and drink all you want of the punch for XYZ. And so I am thinking, if you're thinking to yourself, well, wait a second, what if I have myself a significant pressure event that pushes me in a certain direction, but further off into the future? And so my thought would be, these charts, they love to get to 100. That's kind of a big deal. They came back to 97. They've been making higher lows. Chances are they're going to try and get to 100. Why not try a December long butterfly that has 100, 110, and 120 as the number, right? It's $1.19 for, a $10 upside. So if you are very bullish on the chart, do it. If it were me, I would be of the mind that, hey, what I want to do is step back just a little bit, let August and September sort themselves out. I might be able to get that for under $1.
Yeah.
At which point I'm all good. And then we get to find out more about X, Y, or Z. Now, if you're the kind of person that can't stand looking out and seeing the party getting ready to start without you, you might want to step in here, but I would say take a small position, right? That's the thing about butterflies. You don't swing in butterflies all in. You don't, because their deltas are very low and you have to be very exact. So it's the small moves that give you great positions and good returns.
Okay. I like this. I like this one here, this Uber butterfly, 100, 110, 120. Really quick, I got a question here. And I don't, maybe you've covered this before, but I can't remember. Could I ask what that projection study is that she has on our charts, the projection line that goes after the price? So if you flip back to your chart, I think I know which one he's talking about.
So it's this, and I am evaluating this for someone, and it's under lock and key. But yeah, that is a custom study.
Okay. Can you hint at what it's measuring without
it measures over the last 5 years what the average stock movement is into the next 90 days.
Okay, cool. So there you go. Custom indicators still in the works. When we can talk about it, maybe we will, Rooney. Okay, Anne-Marie, really good stuff there. Great. I'm glad we solved the issue here. Everything was crystal clear. Your camera didn't freeze. Everything looks great. So really good stuff here. We're going to, so one more thing, folks. Someone had asked earlier, Anne-Marie, they know I've been mentioning that I'm going to be on vacation for the next 2 weeks at the back half of the week here. They had asked if you're still going to be around. And so it looks like, yes, we're still going to have Friday sessions with Anne-Marie. It'll be Kevin hosting, though. I'm
looking forward to it. I like spending time with the young people.
Me too. Me too. Awesome. That's why I like spending time with you, Anne-Marie. Thanks. All right, now, there you go. All right, Anne-Marie, have yourself a great weekend. We'll talk to you next week, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Anne-Marie's departure leaves room for Paulo this morning. Let's say hi to him. Paulo, good morning, boss. How you doing today?
Hello, Ryan. Good morning. How are you? Thanks for having me.
I'm doing really good.
Perfect.
You're welcome. What do you got coming up?
We got some important setups on the indices, also some important updates as well on Max 7 and some long-term stock buy and hold positions.
Boy, you got an entire show lined up here. Trading. Oh man, producer, help me out, bro. There we go. Oh my God.
There it is.
Oh my God.
That one is correct.
Okay, Paulo, take it away, my man.
Welcome back, traders. This is Sandra with Trading Made Simple. I'm here to show you short-term proven strategies. People think trading is a one-size-fit-all market. It's not. We live trade and train daily. Let's talk trading.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. How is it going? I hope we are all having a great week. And let's start with our live analysis here in the markets. Okay. So the market is showing here very critical levels. That's what we say every single day we connect here in Benzinga, right? The market is always at the most critical level. Isn't that true? So, but still, jokes besides, this is a very important level. And it is this potential first rejection we saw last week. It's coming at the top of our channel, which is our macro model, the post-pandemic ascending channel we have been discussing, which we are currently counting it as a macro Elliott wave count, right? We had our wave 1, which was successfully subdivided on 5-wave itself. Then we have our wave 2, which was a 5-point correction. Then we had our wave 3, which was also subdivided in 5 ascending waves. And then we had our wave 4 correction, which was a 3-point correction, also can be viewed as a sharp crash. Now the market is bouncing here, and we are initially rejecting on the top of this range, which includes here the 2021 and 2024 into 2025 tops. This level is located, now let's zoom in here, at 6,430. That is a level we retested last week, and we had a big rejection here. So now this is where this potential wave 1 we have been following could have ended, and we are going to know that possibility will develop if the S&P 500 is not able to break above 6,430. While we remain below that level, I wouldn't understand with last week's rejection that this could finally be the end of wave 1, and then I would be looking for a retest of the 0.236 Fibonacci retracement, or even the 0.382. That would be of -5 to -10% pullback, which could bring us to 5,800 to 6,050 range. All right. So this, of course, would be a buy the dip setup, because remember, this would be a wave 2, and then we would be looking for the wave 3 continuation of this new bull market we have actually started after the Liberation Day crash. If we see the S&P 500 breaking above 6,430, we are going to know that wave 1 has not yet ended, and that would be signaling bullish continuation. And of course, the market should be trading accordingly. Right now, our confirmation level on the weekly for the S&P 500 will remain 6,430. All right, I would be looking to buy the dip somewhere in between 5,800 to 6,000. I got some interesting setups I will share. If anyone would like to request any ticker, any chart, I can also view here the chat room. So just type the ticker. We always give some nice minutes to see members' requests. So if you just type the ticker, it's going to go in queue. And once we finish with our broad market analysis, we're going to go into requests by members. So always feel welcome and encouraged to request any chart, any stock that you would like to check. Now on the Dow here, Dow Jones Industrial Average, we have the same scenario. We can see we are rejecting from previous all-time highs located at 45,200. Well, actually 45,100. So we would need to break above that level, and that could give us a quick trip to retesting the top of our range, which connects our 2021 and 2024 highs. That would be located at around 47,200. But I wouldn't be discussing that scenario yet. I do think, especially with last week's rejection, kind of seems that the Dow here could have this pullback we are discussing as wave 2 to retest also the 0,236 to 0,382 macro resistance support located around 41,800 and 0.23 at 43,000. I see we have requested Meta, UNH, and Palo Alto networks. Of course, I have those ones charted, and those ones are coming. So I would be looking maybe at 41,800 as a buy the dip setup here for the Dow if we're going for that wave 2. I wouldn't be buying it right here, right under macro resistance. If going to be a bull, I would wait for invalidation of this potential wave 2, and that invalidation would be, of course, if we break 45,100. We have a similar scenario here in the NASDAQ, and here is where it starts to get tricky. So the NASDAQ, it's also retesting its previous top from 2024 with 2021. It also looks like a wave 1. It's also correctly subdivided since the post-pandemic crash. This would be wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4, and this would be the final wave 1. That doesn't mean the apocalypse is coming soon, but when this final wave 5 completes its 5-wave subdivisions as well, I would be looking for something more important in the markets. A more important potential bear market could be maybe it doesn't develop as a bear market, just a big liquidation, but this is also setting up to align with a potential Benner cycle top. If we're following the Benner cycle, which backtests 300 years of market data, I have personally backtested the 150 years, because when Samuel Benner, the farmer, it's a nice story. If you don't know it, I would recommend searching Samuel Benner, the Benner cycle. When he did this technical model, he did it back on 1850, and he backtested 150 years of market data to do his technical projections, and then he did his model. So I have backtested it, his model, right? And it does have an 86% of accuracy ratio on calling important buy and sell signals in the market. And the next sell signal would be for December 2026. So that kind of aligns here with what we're seeing, with another wave 5 starting, which could find that top for 2026. All right, going back into our charts here. Right now, the NASDAQ is showing a bullish breakout. So that's one thing. If the NASDAQ is able to break here above 23,600, and we're able to close the week above 23,600, that would be a bullish breakout, and that would be signaling bullish continuation for the NASDAQ. So we do need to see where we close today's weekly candlestick. The bears would like this to show the same behavior last week, in which we had a bullish breakout, but we were not able to hold it. So the bears want the NASDAQ to close below 23,240. Will that be a possibility? Can the NASDAQ drop 300% before the market opens, before the market closes? Let's see. If the NASDAQ is able to close like that, that would be bullish. Of course, we would need to see that continuation next week. Just one closing confirmation. Some people like 2 candlestick closing confirmations. That is true. So maybe we could still close here, but not close on a weekly higher high, on a brand new all-time high. And next week, we just invalidate. We don't get a second week confirmation. That could also be a possibility. But initially, for a potential rejection here, I would prefer viewing the NASDAQ invalidating this breakout. All right. So that is what we have on the indices. Let's go here very quickly with Max 7. First, I'm going to start with Microsoft. And this is the reason I do think maybe the wave 1 has already potentially topped here. I don't like calling tops, and also not trying to call bottoms, but there are some important levels that we would really need to break and hold to be able to safely signal bullish continuation. For example, Microsoft, we were breaking above its structure, also subdivided as the market. And last week, even though it had the bullish closure, this second week, we are not being able to close the week like this. We can see on Microsoft, now we are invalidating that breakout. I didn't trust it last week when we gave much of the gains back. So just closing a couple cents above that confirmation level, I really didn't trust it. And I'm confirming my skepticism with Microsoft at these levels. Of course, I do like the company a lot for long-term investment, but we're losing that breakout. So kind of looks like Microsoft already finished its wave 1. And I would be looking at a potential wave 2, which could bring us to reach its previous all-time highs at 466. So Microsoft could still have, I think that would be a bit more than a 10% drop. Somewhere in between 10%. Let's actually bring here the ruler. That would be a 15% drop, Jesus. Imagine that. Just retesting previous all-time highs for Microsoft would be a 15% drop. Interesting. Apple stock, we're located right there at resistance. So Apple bulls would need to break and hold above 226, maybe 225, but I would still give it a bit more room. 226, 227. That would signal the bullish breakout for Apple. And then Apple might be joining the post-Liberation Day bullish momentum we have seen on Max 7, except Tesla. Other Max 7 have been able to reach previous all-time highs or even break higher. Not as the case for Apple. It has been lagging, but now we are at resistance. Now, NVIDIA, it's a bit tricky as well. NVIDIA had 2 weeks of consolidation here. Then we had a bullish breakout, which we invalidated. But now this week kind of looks like we might close with a bullish breakout. Still, I do have a feeling, still I don't apply feelings to technical analysis, but I do have a feeling that even with a bullish closure like this, NVIDIA could be potentially having an invalidation with next week closing below this structure. So that confirmation level for NVIDIA would be 174. Initially, the bulls would need to close above this level, and at least into next week, we would be heading bullish into NVIDIA. If maybe last week we lose that breakout, then we will know this was a blow off top, a fake move, and that would be signaling a potential drop on NVIDIA up to 153, previous all-time highs. Another one I like here is Google. It kind of looks like we are about to retest resistance as well, which would be located at 210. We could maybe have 7 points more to reach Google here. And then I also like AMD. We are retesting previous highs at 175. We would need to break above 175 to signal continuation of this wave one. And as crazy as that sounds, the next targets for AMD would be located at 205, or maybe we could break into previous all-time highs, yes, at 225, or even break higher and retest a potential ascending resistance trend line, maybe somewhere around 280. As crazy as that sounds, there would be 3 important price targets higher, yes, if we are able to continue this wave one and break above 175. I kind of do think maybe this could be the bottom, the top of wave one. I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a pullback for NVIDIA wave two, and that would give a great buying opportunity. Maybe AMD could be a buy on the 40-week moving average. If it starts coiling up here, maybe it could be a catch somewhere around 130, 135. Let's go now with our weakest. The first one is Meta here. Okay, and Meta had an important rejection from a very important resistance trend line, of course, which is joining the 2021 highs, which is a critical high, as Meta had a massive liquidation afterwards. No one wanted Meta here at 90. Remember those days on 2022 bear market? Now everyone wants Meta at 700, and it almost 10x on tech mega cap on a Max 7 stock. Well, yeah, 8-9x I think it is. Crazy in 3 years. So for Meta, the confirmation level would be located at 787. Meta stock would need to break above this level to signal bullish continuation. All right, I do think this is a wave one for Meta. My personal opinion, I do think it might be going for a wave two pullback, and that would be the buying opportunity. So honestly, maybe if we start breaking below previous all-time highs here located at 740, I would be looking for a deeper pullback. In between this range, I would be looking some consolidation. We also got the bearish divergence, all right? That's not that good for the bulls. We can see how these 3 consecutive highs have done higher highs in price action, but the RSI is showing this bearish divergence. So I do think at least maybe we could go here into a wave 2 pullback. So confirmation level for Meta would be 785. Bulls need to break above this level, 785, to continue higher. All right. Our next chart is going to be UNH here. I already finally cleaned here my watch list. I have it right here. So for this one, you know the chart gets serious when you have to go all the way to the monthly chart. So this is basically do or die for the company. All right. First, I would like to add this disclaimer. I don't follow UNH that much on the news. I do think and understand they got caught with some corruption scandals, something like that. So that type of news, that they can kill any chart, even the most strongest chart ever. So of course that would be important. Now on the technicals, we have reached the 200 weekly moving average. Last time we did it was on the financial crisis on 2008, and that was an absolute buy setup for the stock. UNH has got liquidated. We are reaching the 200 moving average. The monthly volume, I think it's almost historic volume. There was more on 98, but still, I do think this is a capitulation signal on the volume. If you believe in the company, this is where you would like to buy it. I would call it a buy here if you follow the company and if you believe on it. I don't have an opinion on that for the company, but the chart looks like a buy here, despite we're breaking below the support trend line on the monthly. I would say based on the 200 moving average on the monthly and this monthly huge volume, I would understand this stock could be a buy here. It also looks like a 5-point Elliott wave correction on the monthly chart, starting on the monthly oversold position. And now we're basically on the RSI. I didn't even notice that. RSI is at its monthly over. RSI, it's on the monthly oversold here. Last time that was on the financial crisis. All right. The next one would be Palo Alto Networks. I do think I have that one in AI software. And yes, for this one, we're going to the weekly time frame. I'm sorry. So the bears would try to scare here with a double top for Palo Alto Networks. And I wouldn't rule it out. But let me see what else we can find. Well, we are also close to support, right? Do I find any clear Elliott wave count here? There could be this possibility starting on the weekly oversold, but that's just too big. From 2020, it could be 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it's not that much eye-popping. I would focus on the support trend line, or no, I'm not sure we are reaching the 200-week moving average. I think it's all about the support trend line. It does seem that Palo Alto Networks is heading here to 160. So I do think I would be looking at something like this. If we're able to hold above this level, I would be looking for a retest of previous all-time highs. If we actually break below this range here, depends when we actually might retest it. Below 150, 160, that could bring us to retest the next support at 126. This one, there could also be a bit of a resistance trend line going on here. Yes, so it's kind of like an ascending wedge pattern. All right, so for Palo Alto Networks, I would be looking at this support trend line, which marks the bottom on 2022, 2023, and also the bottom on the Liberation Day crash on 2025. Confirmation for Palo Alto Networks, 160. So now I would like to show some other stocks as well for long-term investment, and I would go here into the monthly time frame. So what is the technique I do on the monthly time frame to spot the volume? And I would like to show it first with Carvana. And then we're going to try to find where can we spot this. All right, so on the monthly time frame, when you load here the volume indicator, of course you can spot the volume, right? So what does the volume indicator show us? It indicates the amount of shares traded under that specific time frame. So since we're choosing the monthly time frame, it's showing us all the trades traded under a month. All right. Of course, this volume can only be signaled by institutional money. Retail activity cannot signal volume like this. And I don't like to try to read volume with candlestick color. I'm sorry, with a volume with a color, because the color only shows you if your candlestick is closing the month below or above the level we opened. Okay, all right, but doesn't necessarily mean that's the color going to happen. Here we can see this big red color, and actually we had a big bullish macro reversal for Carvana. So what I like to do is I try to analyze where is this volume coming in. If institutional money is the only one able to trigger this amount of volume on the monthly time frame, if we are spotting this volume happening right at support, that's probably an accumulation. You can notice the difference between an accumulation and distribution on the Carvana chart. That is why I always bring the Carvana chart on the monthly for this trick. Aggressive candlesticks against weak volume is distribution. Weak candlesticks against aggressive volume is potentially accumulation, and that happened. Other stocks I like here, applying this same concept. Just remember, Carvana went from 30 to 360s, back to 8, back to 370 again. So absolutely many stuff in the market is possible. Okay, my first one would be NTLA. I'm an NTLA investor. I build my position here around 910. We're back to 10, 11. I am increasing my position for NTLA, and I'm absolutely bullish on this stock. I would say this is my favorite buy and hold position right here on long term. Remember, it's not about the color. Check this big candlestick. This was the most biggest volume by far, but by that time, this one was a weak candlestick, but what happened? That was the top. Why? Because the big volume came on all-time highs, right? So this was signaling, if that volume is coming in all-time highs, could be distribution, right? And in this case, it was correct. Then we're noticing here this starting accumulation, and check this volume. These are monthly candlesticks. So starting October 2024, every month NTLA, right on this weekly, almost non-existent monthly candlesticks, every month, big volume starting to come in. And with this breakout, now that we're having the breakout from the wedge pattern here, yes, CRISPR is the next one, of course, as Harvey requested. CRISPR is absolutely the next one coming in. Check, we're breaking from the descending wedge on the monthly, bouncing from the all-time lows trend line after doing an all-time low, and check the volume. Do we think that big institutional money, is panic selling here? I wouldn't think so. I do think that big institutional money, it's actually buying a stage one accumulation phase. My entry is around 910 for NTLA. I will continue increasing here. I do think this is a great buy and hold. Same for CRISPR. Even though CRISPR already had a bit of that momentum, we can see this volume starting here in this accumulation range. Also a volume, big volume on this breakout as well for CRISPR. Also another one I like here for long-term investment, we're discussing this one's Teladoc. Check Teladoc here. Unusual volume here for Teladoc. Really unusual volume. So Teladoc is a pandemic stock, right? It was this remote doctor consults, right? And of course, when the pandemic finished, the stock got liquidated. Now, actually, this volume is coming in, and there are some rumors that Teladoc is going to start implementing AI into their services. There's not much information yet there. They're kind of quietly releasing the news. I do think smart institutional money knows something is building here for Teladoc, because I don't see any other explanation on this big volume, especially here in this week, big candlestick at 2020 on February 2025. This volume against these candlesticks, we have seen them too much in the charts. I would say this is a big accumulation here. Yes, with Anand's comment, KD Wood stocks. Yes, KD Wood is very bullish on those stocks, on NTLA and CRISPR, you might as well buy RKG. That is true, but I do think CRISPR and NTLA could actually outperform RKG itself, being one of the two most important stocks from that portfolio. So yes, RKJ could also be the play, completely correct. But I'm personally going on with CRISPR and NTLA. I also like here on other AI stocks, for example, on the monthly time frame, I like Path here. Also looks like a stage one accumulation. Of course, these are all stage one accumulation. Now we're discussing long-term buy and hold investments. Don't expect Path, to start exactly a bull market here, but this volume here on this all-time lows support trend line, I would understand this is showing some nice accumulation. Let me show you that monthly trick, for example, in Netflix. Who's buying Netflix here at 1,100? Not much, right? When was Netflix bought on the monthly time frame? It was bought 10 years ago, on 2011. That is where big institutions build those positions. So that trick is honestly my favorite trick for spotting long-term investments. Of course, you do have to know the company, the fundamentals. It has to be good, solid companies. But from the technical perspective, how to apply technical analysis to super long-term investment, go to the monthly chart, open the volume indicator, and check where that volume is coming in. There's many stocks like that one. Unity, let me see. See Unity as well. Looking here like an accumulation on stage one here. So yes, there's many stocks looking like important stage one accumulations and presenting important buy setups here. So yes, now to finish, as we are running out of time, basically let's do here a market recap. So on the S&P 500, we're basically back to the top of this channel, all right, which has the 2021 top connecting to the 2024, 2025 top. I personally believe this is where wave one is ending, and I do think we're going into a 5 to 10% pullback to reach the 0.236 to 0.382 Fibonacci retracement range located at 6,050 to 5,800. If we actually break above 6,430, that would signal bullish continuation. I would understand I'm incorrect on that macro analysis, and wave one has not yet finished, and the market would be continuing higher. So that will be all for today. As we have run out of time, I would like to thank you everyone for your participation, for your attendance. As always, I would like to thank Benzinga and Ryan for inviting me here on Fridays. Also, Sandra. I'm Coach Paulo from Trading Made Simple. You can find more about our information, our services. We do a lot of automated trades, also live trading sessions. You can find it on www.tradingmadesimple.org. I hope everyone has a great weekend, and see you next week. Have a great time, and good luck, everyone, in today's trading session.